Chapter 1590. The gazes of all the cultivators were on Zichen, but soon after, everyone's faces were filled with doubt. How could this person be the demon who destroyed the 12 forces? They couldn't be blamed for their disbelief. This person looked too young, and the aura around him was only at the 5th level. The 5 people from the Wong family were also confused. They had already met each other before, and had even ridiculed each other. The other party had never retorted, only silently following behind them, maintaining a distance from them. How could such a person be the existence that even the storm feared and needed help? It's him. He's the one who destroyed Wu'Side. Our first master died at his hands. Wu-Er was killed by him. For a moment, all kinds of frightened voices sounded, and many of them had changed their pitch. Obviously, everyone was accusing the other party of being the demon. You're really that person. The Wong family young master looked at Zichen in shock. Take a guess. Zichen smiled, and a black spear appeared in his hand. There was no need to guess. Everyone had testified. Seeing Zichen take out his weapon, the others were immediately shocked. At this moment, they were not far from the peak, so they carefully protected their young master as they climbed up. The young master was a little unhappy, but this place was not suitable for battle, so he had to climb to the peak. Zichen climbed up the stairs. Many domain realm guards were 100 meters away from him, but they did not dare to approach. Soon, the 5 people reached the peak, and Zichen followed closely behind. At the top of the mountain, many experts had already gathered. Among them, the short, bearded Storm was the most eye-catching and dazzling as he exuded a 9-fold aura. We're from the Wong family, and this is our young master. The 5 stepped forward, and an 8th-level domain realm cultivator said to Storm. Storm's eyes immediately lit up, and he laughed. So it's the young master. Forgive me for not going out to meet you. You're welcome. The Wong family young master waved his hand and looked at Zichen again. But he's really that person. Storm's gaze finally landed on Zichen. After a moment of silence, he said, It is indeed him, but today he will not return. Behind Storm, there were a total of 5 9th-tier domain realm cultivators. In addition to Storm and the Wong family, there were a total of 8 9th-tier domain realm cultivators. In addition to that, there were also numerous 8th and 7th heaven cultivators. In the eyes of anyone, such a lineup would be a one-way trip. However, the young master of the Wong clan shook his head and said, With just this kind of trash, we still have to trouble Storm to mobilize so many people. Young master, don't be careless. He's definitely suppressing his cultivation base. Storm said in a low voice. There were already 12 forces that had paid a heavy price because of their carelessness. The young master of the Wong family looked back at Zichen and said, If you count as someone, then show your true state. What's the point of hiding like this? Zichen smiled at the young master of the Wong family, but the latter felt a chill in his heart. That smile was too cold. Zichen began to release his aura. Sure enough, he was not at the 5th stage. Everyone became more and more fearful. But in the next moment, there was a hint of astonishment on everyone's face. That was because the opponent's cultivation base had only increased to the late 6th stage, and then it stopped increasing. Everyone looked at each other in shock. So this is your cultivation base. The young master of the Wong family was a little dumbfounded. Didn't he say that it could be the 9th stage? Why was it the late 6th stage? So it was the early 6th stage. I slowly broke through to the late 6th stage in the past 20 years. Zichen said honestly. For a moment, the expressions of the 5 people of the Wong family became strange. Then they subconsciously looked at Storm. This was that very strong existence. The existence that had destroyed 12 of the 13 alliances and could even kill an 8th stage existence in a second. Because all those who participated in the war were killed in the past 20 years. No one had seen what the real battle was like. But from the description of others, Storm was sure that it was indeed this person. Faced with the strange gazes around him, Storm took a deep breath and said, "I am sure that it is this person. His combat strength is very strong. He can even kill an 8-stage existence. I originally thought that he was at the 9th stage, but I didn't expect him to be a combat genius. His combat strength is not weaker than a true high-level life form." The others also heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a little overkill to find so many reinforcements, they still wanted to see how strong this guy at the late 6th stage was. "Let me try." The young master of the Wang family stepped forward with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. However, Sheikh took a step forward and stopped him. "Young master, you can't." What a joke! If this person really destroyed the 12 alliances, his combat strength was definitely unfathomable. It was not something that could be measured by cultivation base. Although the young master had some tricks up his sleeve, he was definitely not a match for such a decisive person. "What are you afraid of? He can't kill me." The young master of the Wang family was confident. Indeed, he might not be a match for him, but he definitely wouldn't die. This was because the young master of the Wang family had too many trump cards. As for his defensive techniques, even if 2 9th-stage domain realm experts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to break his defense in a short period of time. And this period of time was enough for them to make a move. After a slight hesitation, Sheikh took a step back. Storm originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of the size of the Wang family and how this young master was the most powerful person in the family, even if a sector lord came, he might be able to deal with him. Fortunately, he kept his mouth shut. However, he still signaled for the others to be careful. As for those who originally surrounded Ziqin, they all retreated and turned to the 7th stage and 6th stage experts to surround him. The young master of the Wang family took a few steps forward, stared at Ziqin, and said coldly, "Do you dare to fight with me?" Ziqin shook the long spear in his hand and said, "If you want to die, I will naturally fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious aura surged around Ziqin's body. This aura was caused by too many 8th-stage domain realm experts, so the young master of the Wang family felt an immense pressure from this ferocious aura. He warned himself in his heart that he couldn't be careless, so his body started to glow. A dazzling armor appeared on the surface of his body. Then a light shield appeared on the armor, forming a layer of defense. It was a top-grade armor with an extremely high defense. Immediately after, a jade pendant on his waist started to glow. Another layer of energy light appeared, adding a second layer of defense for the young master of the Wang family. On his chest there was a pendant. The pendant provided him with a third layer of defense. Seeing that the young master of the Wang family had added 3 layers of defense in the blink of an eye, the surrounding cultivators were speechless. The quality of the items on his body was top-notch, so the defense they formed was naturally indestructible. Even 9th-stage domain realm experts like them would be dreaming if they wanted to break his defense in a short period of time, let alone a mere 6th-stage domain realm expert. The battle hadn't even begun, but the young master of the Wang family was already in an invincible position. This was the foundation of the Wang family. The other party was already armed to the teeth. Then there was another flash of light. A weapon that emitted a dazzling light appeared in the young master's hand. The quality of this weapon was already at the peak of the 9th stage. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed drastically. Just this weapon alone could break their defense. Even if they had the strength of a 9th-stage domain realm expert, they would probably be killed in a few moves if they were to go against the young master who was fully equipped with top-grade items. Seeing this scene, Ziqin was a little dumbfounded. He had never seen such luxurious equipment before. The equipment on the young master's body was all top-grade, and its value was astronomical. This was the first time Ziqin had seen such a wealthy person in his life. "Do you dare to fight? If not, be my slave." The young master of the Wang family looked at Ziqin proudly. Looking at the luxurious equipment, Ziqin clicked his tongue and sighed. With such equipment, even a pig would have heaven-defying combat strength. In that case, your family must be very rich. I really want to take you as a hostage and extort a sum of money. You think you have what it takes? The young master of the Wang family looked at Ziqin with disdain and said coldly, "My name is Wang Dong, from the Wang family of the Royal Sky region. Today I will kill you right here." Ziqin seemed to want to say something, but the young master waved his hand to signal Ziqin to shut up. "You don't need to tell me your name. Just remember who is going to kill you." Ziqin nodded and said, "All right, I will kill you in 2 moves." Shameless boasting. The young master of the Wang family was enraged, and so were the other 4 guards. Die. The young master of the Wang family took the initiative and stabbed the longsword in his hand towards Ziqin. This was the power of man and sword as one. Clearly, the young master's comprehension of sword moves had also reached the peak. This was a genius. Even if he didn't have any luxurious equipment, he still had very strong combat strength. The long spear in Ziqin's hand moved like a dragon and tapped the tip of the longsword. In the next moment, the long sword glowed, and an extremely strong force surged towards Ziqin. Ziqin's figure retreated, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. "You think you have what it takes to kill me in 2 moves. This is already 1 move. Watch how I kill you in my 2nd move." The young master of the Wang family smiled proudly. But at this moment, the figure of Ziqin in front of him slowly disappeared. The young master of the Wang family's expression changed, but before he could turn around, he heard the soft sound of an object piercing into his body. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone's expression froze. They saw that Ziqin, who was defeated in 1 move, had unknowingly appeared behind the young master of the Wang family. A strange weapon had already pierced into the young master's back, but the layers of defense of the young master were useless. Ugh! The young master of the Wang family lowered his head and looked at the weapon that pierced into his body. His face was filled with disbelief. He didn't understand why his powerful defense couldn't block this attack. Swoosh! A surge of energy gushed out from the dragon spike, heading towards the young master's sea of consciousness. Die! With a loud roar, Jiwei had already arrived in front of Ziqin and attacked him fiercely. Ziqin pulled out the dragon spike and dodged in a flash. His eyes were filled with regret. His opponent's reaction was so fast that he missed the best opportunity to collect his opponent's domain. Since his opponent had such luxurious equipment, it was obvious that his domain should be extremely rich. Perhaps there were dozens of void trees. Chapter 1591. The Star Illusion Dragon Spike was once a saint weapon, but its attack power wasn't strong. It only had 1 function, to ignore all defenses. However, it was precisely this single effect that had helped Ziqin defeat powerful opponents several times when he was caught off guard. For example, the young master of the Wang family was armed to the teeth. If Ziqin didn't have the dragon spike, Ziqin wouldn't be able to break his opponent's defense and could only run. Otherwise, the final outcome would be Ziqin's death. However, with the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, the tide of the battle changed completely in just 2 moves. All these years, Ziqin had never failed when using the dragon spike. Rocky supported Wang Tong. A large number of pills appeared in his hand, and he put them into Wang Tong's mouth with trembling hands. These pills emitted a soft light and a rich fragrance. There were some pills that could bring the dead back to life. Unfortunately, it wasn't the Star Illusion Dragon Spike that killed the young master of the Wang family, but Ziqin's rule-breaking. This was a fusion of rules that surpassed the rules of heaven and earth. Anything within the rules couldn't save him. Star Illusion Dragon Spike, you're Ziqin. After Rocky's attack, Ziqin retreated. Everyone also noticed Ziqin's strange weapon. The storm recognized it at a glance. It was the Star Illusion Dragon Spike they were looking for. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. I don't care who he is or what background he has. Today he will die, and his family will disappear. Rocky supported the young master of the Wang family, who couldn't be saved, and stared at Zichen with hatred. If eyes could kill, Zichen would have died dozens of times by now. In contrast to Rocky's hatred, the other 3 guards were ashen and desperate. Their young master was dead, and they couldn't escape the blame. Even if they could return to the Wang family, they would be buried with their young master. Even if they killed 10 forces like the storm, it wouldn't be as bad as Wang Tong's death. The cultivators of the Wang family lost control of their emotions. The most important thing now was to kill this guy and then destroy his family. Maybe they could exchange for a chance of survival when they returned. An ice-cold killing intent spread. Several Wang family experts were truly angered. Of course, Windstorm knew the severity of the situation, and he knew that the Wang family might even destroy Windstorm to vent their anger. Nevertheless, he regretted not letting Wang Tong show off his strength if he had known that Wang Tong was Zichen. The group of cultivators had all taken Zichen as their leader. Now, only by capturing Zichen and bringing him to the Wang clan would they have a chance at survival. However, not everyone was concerned about the Wang family. Behind Feng Yin, the other 9th domain cultivators were staring intently at the Star Illusion Dragon Spike in Zichen's hand. The Star Illusion Dragon Spike was the weapon of the Starry Sky Great Sage. Ever since the Starry Sky Great Sage died, this weapon had gone missing. Only a small number of people knew that the 2nd-generation master of the Star Illusion Dragon Spike was an alien illusion dragon. For example, that peerless beauty or that alien who was killed by a palm strike from outer space in the small world. Zichen, who was surrounded by layers upon layers of killing intent, was not nervous at all. Even if some of these people could kill him in a one-on-one battle, they would still be able to kill him. His gaze fell on Feng Yin. He smiled faintly and said, "Since you know that I am Zichen, you should also know that there is a powerful existence by my side." A powerful existence? That's the demon Token, but he is already dead. Feng Yin was puzzled. Almost all those who knew that the Thunder Sacred Beast was by Zichen's side had died. This matter was still a secret. Even though Zichen knew that there would be a 9th domain overseer here, he still dared to come because of the Thunder Sacred Beast, who had been healing for 20 years. Seeing Feng Yin's expression, Zichen smiled and said, "Oh, so you don't know. Let me show you." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed beside Zichen. The mighty and domineering Thunder Sacred Beast himself appeared. In the past 20 years, the Thunder Sacred Beast had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. Not only had its injuries completely healed, but its realm had also increased by 1 realm. Now, the Thunder Sacred Beast had the strength of an 8th domain overseer. And the 8th domain Sacred Beast had a complete victory over several 9th domain overseer humans. Its majestic eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone's heart trembled. Zichen said, "These are all yours. I think it should be enough for you to break through to the 9th domain overseer." Even Zichen had to carefully serve the 8th domain Sacred Beast without any injuries. He did not dare to offend it at all. Everyone stared at the sacred beast that had suddenly appeared. It exuded an ancient and vast aura, like a giant beast from ancient times. Although its realm aura was only at the 8th domain overseer, it still made people feel suffocated. Boom! The Thunder Sacred Beast released the light of lightning. This light was like a sea of lightning that suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire mountain peak. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, there was only dazzling lightning. There was nothing else. Below the mountain peak, when the others saw the dazzling lightning, they could not help but close their eyes. In the next moment, when they opened their eyes, they found that the lightning seemed to have dimmed a little. But soon after, countless cries of surprise rang out. In the midst of the endless lightning, a huge beast shadow suddenly appeared. The beast shadow was like a mountain and its entire body was shining with lightning. It lowered its head and looked down at the entire mountain peak. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly sucked downward. Endless lightning was sucked into its mouth, and in the midst of the lightning there was a terrified roar. Occasionally, some energy light would explode, but it was not a threat to the giant beast at all. Below the mountain peak, everyone could only see the lightning and the giant beast. Other than that, they could not see anything else. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. The lightning that filled the sky was swallowed by the giant beast, and the giant beast's figure disappeared. On the previously crowded mountain peak, there was only one man and one beast left. Zichen's eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect the thunder, sacred beast to swallow everyone in one move. This move was very powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. The thunder's sacred beast's spirit became sluggish. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. After the thunder, sacred beast finished speaking. It closed its eyes and disappeared in a flash of light. Zichen turned and walked down the mountain peak. His next target was the treasury of the storm. 2 hours later, Zichen walked out of the storm covered in blood. There were corpses everywhere in the storm, and there were no existences above the 5th level. 21 years ago, Zichen destroyed the 13 Alliance. Ku Lei had been hiding outside the storm, and he was filled with worry. One must know that although the Lord was powerful, the other side had many experts. Suddenly, he saw a dazzling light being released from the storm, and within that light, there seemed to be a giant beast shadow. At this moment, the sky changed color, and an oppressive aura spread out for dozens of miles. Ku Lei hid in the dark, but he was still shocked. This phenomenon lasted for a full 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour later, the vision disappeared, but the Lord didn't return. Clay waited anxiously, and after another 2 hours he saw the Lord. Lord! Ku Lei shouted and appeared from the dark, running towards the Lord. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect the Lord to succeed. Seeing Ku Lei, Zichen chuckled and casually threw a few balls of light to Ku Lei. After Ku Lei checked them with his spiritual sense, his expression changed greatly. Among the balls of light, there were 3 6th level, 1 7th level, and the rest were all 5th level. He said in confusion, Lord, Zichen said, I'm going to the Imperial Sky region and enter the battlefield of despair. When Ku Lei heard this, his expression immediately turned gloomy. He knew about the Imperial Sky region, and he had also heard about the battlefield of despair. There were many experts in the domain realm in the Imperial Sky region alone. His past as a 5th level expert was really insignificant. As for the battlefield of despair, he was not qualified to enter at all. Zichen patted Ku Lei's shoulder and said, If you don't know where to go, why don't you go to Huping City? Huping City. Ku Lei was stunned. Go to Huping City and look for the city lord, or go to Hunter's Castle and look for Lord Wu. Just say that Zichen asked you to go. I'll give that ball to you. It was given to me by Senior Mo Ling, and it has a lot of sentimental value. After saying this, Zichen turned and left. Huping City, Zichen. Ku Lei was stunned, and then his expression changed greatly. Zichen of the alien race. Lord Mo Ling gave it to me. Zichen had already walked far away, but Ku Lei's face was filled with bitterness. During the 20 years he had spent with Lord Mo Ling, Ku Lei often lamented that Lord Mo Ling's death was not worth it. It was actually because of an alien race. During this time he had said many bad things about Zichen, but he did not expect that the Lord in front of him was Zichen. During the 20 years they had spent together, he did not know what kind of person Zichen was, but he knew that this Lord was not a bad person. Although he had destroyed the 13 alliances, he did not destroy all of them. He had only destroyed the powerful ones among them. At first, Ku Lei had suspected that the 13 alliances were destroyed because of greed during the end of the Ming dynasty, but after thinking about it, he felt that this was not right. It was as if this lord had a grudge with the 13 alliances. Now that he knew Lord Mo Ling's identity, he understood everything. Saying that Ziqin was of the alien race was a conspiracy, and Lord Mo Ling, who was willing to give Ziqin away, might have died. If Ziqin was really of the alien race and could even kill Lord Mo Ling, how could he have left behind someone who spoke ill of him every day? Huping City isn't that the place where Lord Ziqin rose to prominence. The Imperial Sky region was the 7-mansion alliance, and it was equivalent to an even larger city. The people walking around the city were all true experts. If the Shantian Prefecture was the core of the 108 cities, then the Imperial Sky region was the core of the 7 mansions. The Wang clan had the absolute overlord status here. In the entire 7 mansions, other than those who had walked out of the battlefield of despair, other people or powers had to be courteous when they saw the Wang clan. But today, something big happened in the Wang clan. The Wang clan's 3rd young master Wang Dong's life tablet suddenly shattered, and the shattering of the life tablet represented his death. This caused a huge commotion in the Wang clan, and even alerted the sector lord-level existences in the clan. The Wang clan was powerful and had a unique bloodline. Through a secret technique, they saw the scene before Wang Dong's death. It was a youth holding a black spear, and he was forced back. Chapter 1592. After plundering the treasures in the storm trove, Ziqin was able to break through to the 7th stage. The 7th stage was the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. Ziqin, who was at the 7th stage and had the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, was no weaker than a 9th stage domain realm expert. However, on the way to the Imperial Sky region, the Sacred Thunder Beast announced that it wanted to leave on its own. What? You want to leave? Ziqin stared at the Sacred Thunder Beast, dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Although I've successfully entered the 9th stage, I still need more resources if I want to advance to the Emperor Realm. This place is no longer suitable for me. The Sacred Thunder Beast said. Back then, when it was at the 7th tier, it followed Ziqin because its injuries were too severe. In the past 20 years, the Thunder Sacred Beast's greatest gain was that its injuries were completely healed. As for its dropped cultivation level, it could slowly increase it again. This was also the source of its confidence to leave on its own. An uninjured Sacred Thunder Beast, although only at the 9th stage, was not afraid of human sector lords. The current Ziqin was naturally no match for the Sacred Thunder Beast, so threats would only result in a beating. Hence, his expression changed, and he said bitterly, "Didn't you say that you would bring me to find those heavenly thunder wings? Now, we haven't found any, and you want to leave." The Sacred Thunder Beast glanced at Ziqin in disdain and said, "I've already passed on the Lightning King's finger to you. As for the heavenly thunder wings, when did I say that I would bring you to find them?" Ziqin did not refute. He still looked bitter and pitiful. The Sacred Thunder Beast's disdain deepened, and it said, "All right, stop acting pitiful in front of me. That place is very dangerous. If you go now, only death awaits. Wait until you become stronger." Of course, Ziqin would not let it go just because of the sentence. He immediately asked, "But the Zhanwu continent is so big. How can I find you in the future?" The Sacred Thunder Beast smiled and said, "Of course you can't find me. However, when you do something sensational, I will naturally find you." "What level is considered sensational?" Ziqin asked again. "Killing a prefecture lord is barely considered sensational." After saying that, the Thunder Sacred Beast left, leaving Ziqin standing there in a daze. One had to know that even the weakest Manor Lord was at the Sector Lord realm, and Ziqin was only at the 7th level. It wasn't easy for him to reach that level. In recent years, there was a strange rule at the entrance of the Imperial Sky region. All cultivators below the 8th level had to show their weapons when they entered the Imperial Sky region. This rule was very strange, but no one dared to question the decision of the Royal Heaven region. However, there were rumors that this decision had something to do with the Wang family. The Wang clan was located in the Royal Heaven region. This was a gigantic clan with 2 region lords in the past. As for the current clan leader, he was the vice-region lord of the Royal Heaven region. It was obvious that this vice-region lord status was not lower than Shen Tian Prefecture's prefecture lord. Even the lowest realm was a sector lord. Furthermore, in order to become a domain lord, the most basic requirement was to enter the battlefield of despair. At this moment, the deputy region leader was sitting in his living room, quietly listening to the report from his subordinate. We found 2 people this month. Both of them were at the 6th level, but we didn't get any information about the young lord. A 9th level domain realm half knelt on the ground. Where is he? Deputy region leader Wang Yuanshan asked indifferently. He was Wang Dong's father. Dead. Continue searching. Even if we have to kill every spear user in the Royal Heaven region, we must find that person. I want to know what happened that day. Yes. After speaking, the 9th level domain realm expert turned to leave. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Reporting to my lord, we found a spear user outside the city. The region leader's eyes flashed as he asked, "What realm?" 7th level. Capture him. The opponent's combat strength is not weak. He has already injured 2 of us. The region leader glanced at his subordinate and said, "Wang Hua, I'll leave this matter to you." The 9th level domain realm expert named Wang nodded and turned to leave. The Royal Heaven region was very big. Zichen, who had broken through to the 7th level, had to walk for close to a year before reaching the outskirts of the Royal Heaven region alone. Because it was the 7-Mansion Alliance, there was no need for a token to pass through the city gates. Anyone who entered the city would have to pay a level 1 soul essence. A level 1 soul essence was equivalent to killing a 1st level Emperor level battle beast. After paying the level 1 soul essence, just as Zichen was about to enter, he was stopped by a guard. The guard actually asked what weapon Zichen was good at. "What weapon are you good at?" Zichen was startled and became vigilant. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm good at using spears." The guard glanced at Zichen and said casually, "Robbing? Take it out and let me see." Zichen didn't understand and could only take out the thunder dragon spear that was emitting a silver light. A trace of disappointment flashed across the guard's eyes. He then said, "Come with us." "Come with me? Where to?" Zichen took a few steps back and put some distance between them. The guard said, unhappily, "Cut the crap. Go wherever we ask you to go." Sigh, another unlucky guy. Isn't that so? He'll be fine even if he uses a spear. All these years, no one who used a spear in the Imperial Heaven region ever came out. Whispers of discussion could be heard from afar. This caused Zichen's expression to change as he guessed that this matter might be related to Wang Dong. Zichen kept retreating while remaining vigilant. 2 6th level guards attacked Zichen from both sides. Cold light flashed in their eyes as the Emperor-level spirit weapons appeared in their hands and slashed toward Zichen. Their attacks were filled with killing intent. Obviously, if they couldn't capture him, they would kill him on the spot. Feeling the killing intent, Zichen's face was filled with frost. The spear in his hand trembled violently, and 2 spears struck towards the left and right. Pooh! Pooh! The sharp spear light streaked past the 2 guards, penetrating their defenses and hitting their chests. In the next moment, the 2 were sent flying. This was the Imperial Heaven region. Zichen had just arrived and was filled with fear. Therefore, the 2 guards were only injured and lost their ability to fight. They didn't die. Kill. Seeing this scene, the other guards roared and rushed over from afar, launching attacks at Zichen. Among these guards, there were several leaders who were 7th level cultivators. In their adult life as guards, they were used to seeing heavy existences. These people didn't dare to make a move against them, which gave them the courage to be fearless. Sword light, blade light, and all kinds of attacks came. Zi Chen's feet flashed as he walked among the attacks. All the attacks brushed past Zi Chen's body. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the guards changed. However, in the next moment, Zi Chen made his move. The spear in his hand shone with a dazzling light. Bang! 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 In the midst of the rumbling sounds, the guards were swept by the spear and sent flying. All the 6th level guards lost their ability to fight. As for the 7th level guards, they were also heavily injured. The power Zi Chen displayed caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. After all, to be able to fight against those of the same level was already an amazing existence. Zi Chen looked like he had just entered the 7th level, but he defeated 3 of the same level. When the battle started, the guards in the city sensed it. Then, orderly footsteps sounded and a group of guards appeared in the city. The leader of the guards was a powerhouse of the 8th level. He was wearing gorgeous armor and should be the strongest person guarding the city gate. After he appeared, he glanced at Zi Chen and said indifferently, "You dare to attack the guards. Kill without mercy." Zi Chen's expression became incomparably cold. He said coldly, "Don't you want to ask what happened?" The 8th level guard smiled sinisterly and said, "I only care about killing you and upholding the rules." Zi Chen smiled coldly and said, "Sure enough, this is a place where the strong are respected. It's good that you know. Die." The 8th level guard's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at the 7th level youth in front of him. Suddenly, he noticed that the youth's figure swayed slightly from left to right. A spatial power flashed. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. He let out a shout and dodged to the side. Puff! However, a silver spear was the first to break through his defense at an unimaginable speed, piercing through his heart. The 8th level guard's originally cold face was now filled with shock. He looked down at the spear that pierced his heart, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, he saw a cold face in front of him. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Zi Chen smiled sinisterly at the guard leader and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. But in this life, you will be an ordinary person." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force surged from the tip of the spear. This force directly destroyed half of the 8th level guard leader's life force and all of his cultivation. The latter let out a painful roar and slowly knelt on the ground. All around there was dead silence. The other guards, who were originally filled with killing intent, now had fear on their faces. When they met Zi Chen's cold eyes, they subconsciously retreated. The roaring continued, but the surroundings were completely silent. All the cultivators looked at Zi Chen, who was in the 7th layer, with shock written all over their faces. It was indeed shocking that a 7th level cultivator could kill an 8th level cultivator in one hit. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound. A middle-aged man walked out of the city and looked at Zi Chen with interest. Zi Chen looked at him, and his pupils shrank. This was a 9th level domain realm cultivator, Lord Wanghua. When the frightened guards saw the newcomer, they all breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to him. Wanghua, surnamed Wang. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly had many guesses. "You are indeed young and promising." Wang looked at Zi Chen and smiled. "Young man, come with me now." "Why should I?" Zi Chen still said the same thing. "Why not?" Wang smiled. Zi Chen slowly shook his head and said, "I admit that you are very strong, but I am here to enter the battlefield of despair, not to be taken away by you." Battlefield of despair. Wang's brows furrowed slightly, while the others let out cries of surprise. Seeing the other party's expression, Zi Chen confirmed his guess. The battlefield of despair was a special place. Even a powerful force like the Wang family couldn't completely control it. Chapter 1593. The token of the battlefield of despair had undoubtedly shocked everyone present. Although the Wang clan was powerful in the Imperial Sky region, they might not be the only clan. Zi Chen stood outside the city. He believed that this news would spread out very soon, and perhaps there would be people who would help him. Battle Marshal Region token, no wonder. Wang Wu looked at Zi Chen and smiled coldly. Those who had the Battle Marshal Region token all had extraordinary combat strength. It was normal for a 7th level to fight an 8th level. However, the 8th level expert, who had his cultivation crippled, felt despair when he saw the Battle Marshal Region token. If he didn't have the Battle Marshal Region medallion, the upper echelons would still give him a chance to recover his cultivation on account of how he had diligently guarded the Imperial Sky region for so many years. However, with the Battle Marshal Region medallion, the best outcome for him would be the same as now, living a life worse than death. The other guards lowered their heads, not daring to even look at the token. Only Wang was stared at Zi Chen, his expression constantly changing. After a while, he laughed loudly and said, "So what if you have the Battle Marshal Region token? My Wang clan invited you as a guest. Is that against the rules? I have never heard of the Wang clan and have never interacted with you. Why should I go with you?" Zi Chen said without any trace of politeness. In the current world, only Zi Chen dared to reject the Wang clan like this. "Good brat, you are indeed arrogant. However, I believe that I can still bear the consequences of bringing you to the Wang clan." A 9th level aura started to surge around Wang Hua. If Zi Chen still didn't know what was good for him and didn't cooperate, he wouldn't mind making a move here. A 9th level expert against a 7th level expert. Wang Hua was very confident. A cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. He was going all out. At most, he would just kill Wang Hua and run. But then again, any random person from the Wang clan was a 9th level expert, and there would naturally be a realm lord among them. Zi Chen didn't have the confidence to escape from a realm lord. However, once he entered the Wang clan, Zi Chen would definitely not be able to come out alive, because he knew very well how Wang Dong died. Zi Chen was caught between a rock and a hard place. Looking at Zi Chen's expression, Wang was smiled proudly. "Brat, if you follow me, you can still keep the Battle Marshal token. If I force you, the Battle Marshal token will change hands. And this price is not something the Wang clan needs to pay. I, Wang Hua, can bear." An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. "Even the Wang clan might not be able to bear this price, let alone a nameless person like you." "Who?" A cold light flashed in Wang Hua's eyes. A baleful aura gushed out from the passageway in the city. This aura seemed to have materialized, and it swept up the dust in the air. It brought with it an eerie chill. The expressions of the guards changed greatly, and they immediately retreated to the sides. Wang was barely able to stand, but there were already some small holes in his robes. He looked ahead, and his arrogant expression was completely restrained. The baleful aura was too terrifying. It was like a ferocious beast, pressuring him to the point that he couldn't breathe. Feeling the baleful aura, Zi Chen's expression changed, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This person had yet to appear, but he already had such a strong aura. Regardless of how strong this person was, his combat strength was definitely several times stronger than Wang Hua. A skinny man walked out from the passageway, exuding a dangerous aura. His eyes were bright, but when they landed on people, it caused them to feel a chill in their hearts, as if they were prey being stared at by a hunter. The man's gaze swept past Zi Chen before landing on Wang Hua. He said indifferently, "Even Wang Yuanshan doesn't dare to interfere in the matters of the battlefield of despair. Who do you think you are?" The man's aura was like a majestic mountain, pressuring Wang Hua to the point that he couldn't breathe. But he still stared at the man and said with difficulty, "You dare to call the ruler by his name? Who are you?" Zi Chen's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the ruler of the Royal Sky region to be someone from the Wang clan. A trace of disdain flashed in the man's eyes as he mocked. The ruler is merely a vice-ruler. As for who I am, do you think you're qualified to know? Wang's face was filled with shame and anger, but he didn't dare to erupt. Right now, he was 100% sure that this man came from the battlefield of despair. Although he hadn't broken through to the world overlord realm, he was strong enough to kill him. Even if a vice-ruler came, he might not be able to protect him. The man shifted his gaze away from Wang Hua. With a swing of his hand, Wang Hua was sent flying while coughing out blood, casually sending a 9th-level immortal emperor flying. The crowd didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The man's gaze landed on Zichen. Zichen didn't move, but he felt as though he was being watched. A strange light flashed in the man's eyes as he said, "Since you dare to come to the battlefield of despair, you should have some backbone. A bunch of watchdogs. What qualifications do you have to block my path? Little fellow, what's your name?" "Shantian Prefecture, Zichen." Zichen replied. A trace of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. He stepped forward and patted Zichen's shoulder, saying, "Go to the Inn of Despair and find Meng Shi. Tell him that Long Fei asked him to arrange for you to enter the battlefield of despair." Long Fei, number 1 in the battlefield of despair. Wang had just crawled up when he heard this, and his face was filled with shock. The battlefield of despair was the gathering place of domain realm experts, and Long Fei was an expert among experts. His battle strength was ranked number 1. In the battlefield of despair, every expert had their own legend, and to the number 1 Long Fei, he was a legend among legends. He had stayed in the battlefield of despair for 10,000 years, and he had occupied the number 1 spot for 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, everyone guessed that Long Fei had already touched the threshold of World Overlord Realm, but he was still unwilling to enter. And in the 10,000 years that Long Fei was in, those outstanding geniuses only had the qualifications to fight for number 2. In Wang was memories. Whenever Vice-Ruler Wang Yuanshan came out from the battlefield of despair, his face would be extremely ugly whenever Long Fei was mentioned. And today, Wang Yuanshan was already a vice-ruler, but Long Fei was still a 9th stage domain. But no one dared to underestimate Long Fei. It was just that Wang would never expected that Long Fei would leave the battlefield of despair at this time. It seemed that he had finally made up his mind to take this step towards World Overlord Realm. With Long Fei's appearance, there was no more suspense. Wang would turned and left. He knew that even if the vice-ruler appeared, this matter would not be discussed. Knowing that Long Fei was here, the vice-ruler would definitely not appear. "Many thanks, Senior." Zichen sincerely expressed his gratitude, and Long Fei lightly nodded. In a trance, he recalled the scene from 10,000 years ago. It was also in this place that he had suffered the same unfair treatment. A powerhouse from the Shantian Prefecture named Tang Nua had walked out from the city and helped him resolve the crisis. After entering the battlefield of despair, he found out that the expert was actually the number 1 in the battlefield of despair. Today, the Shantian Prefecture's prefecture lord was also called Tang Nua. Everything seemed to be arranged by fate. Long Fei walked into the distance. As for whether this young man would become the next number 1, it would depend on him. After that, no one dared to stop Zichen. After entering the city, Zichen walked towards the Inn of Despair. The Inn of Despair was close to the battlefield of despair. Those who stayed here were all prepared to enter the battlefield of despair, and their cultivation was at least at the 7th stage. Walking into the inn, the first floor was a tavern. There were several tables of guests in the tavern, all of them emitting tyrannical auras. Zichen walked to the counter. An old man looked up at Zichen and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Zichen looked at the old man and said, "I'm looking for someone, Meng Shi." The old man waved his hand and said, "Never heard of it. Either drink or leave." "Brat, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to come here and look for someone. Do you know where this is? Ignoring the roar behind him, Ziqin took out the battle martial domain token and said, Lord Longfei asked me to come here. The old man's body shook, and he slowly raised his head. When he saw the battle martial domain token in Ziqin's hand, his expression changed slightly. Follow me. After saying that, the old man left the counter. Ziqin put away the token and followed. What's that in that little guy's hand? It's the battle martial domain token. That's right, it's the battle martial domain token. Looking at Ziqin's departing figure, everyone's eyes burned with passion. Without the battle martial domain token, they needed to wait for the battlefield of despair to open. If they had the battle martial domain token, they could enter the battlefield of despair at any time. The old man brought Ziqin to a private room. After taking a seat, a maid quickly served tea and snacks. Your Mengshi? Ziqin asked. The old man nodded and said, That's right. About a quarter of an hour later, the old man returned. This time he had a small cloth bag in his hand. It looked like a spatial storage bag. This is a storage bag about 1 cubic meter in size. There are 5 spirit crystals inside. Consider it a reward from the Shantian Manor. Meng Shi threw the bag on the table in front of him. What are these for? Ziqin looked at Meng Shi in confusion. One had to know that Ziqin had long discarded the spirit rings, which were thousands of square meters in size. Now that his domain world was so large, he could store too many things. Spirit rings were already considered obsolete. The old man was very clear about Ziqin's doubts and said, Those are the rewards that Tang Nua promised you. That was the end of it, but since Longfei asked you to come, I might as well tell you some things. The battlefield of despair is not like other places. It used to be a real world. There are many passages that connect to the alien races, and there are often alien races that come here. Hearing this, Ziqin's expression changed. He said, You mean the alien races can appear in the battlefield of despair at any time? That's right, but they can only appear and not leave. It's the same for ordinary humans. However, those who have the War Marshal Field token can still come out as long as they pay a price. Meng Shi said, You will naturally know this when you get there. Now, let's talk about this storage bag. Once you enter the battlefield of despair, you will lose your perception of the domain world. If you have been to the domain world, you should understand this feeling. Other than that, in that space, all spatial equipment in the real world is useless. Only this storage bag is the only place you can store things. In that place, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cannot be used. Spirit crystals are the key to recovering energy. After entering, you must be careful of everything you encounter, including humans. If you find something, it is best to dissect it and take away some useful things. When you reach the human stronghold, you can exchange them for spirit crystals. Remember, spirit crystals are very important to that world. They are related to your life and death. Chapter 1594. Speaking of which, Meng Shi also wanted to see the weapon, which made Ziqin somewhat conflicted. After all, he had almost lost his life because of the weapon. However, looking at Meng Shi's serious expression, Ziqin still took out his spear. Meng Shi took the spear and tapped it with his finger. A mysterious energy was injected into the spear, and a dragon's roar immediately came from the spear. A hint of surprise immediately appeared in Meng Shi's eyes. Dragon's soul. Ziqin nodded. After pondering for a moment, Meng Shi said, Dragon souls have extraordinary means. Perhaps there are some incredible divine effects there. You can carry this with you. Do you have any other weapons you are good at? Take them out. Ziqin took out another weapon. It was a sheathed black saber. The old man took it and gently pulled out the saber. The bright saber illuminated the room, and Ziqin's eyes immediately widened. One had to know that this saber required the saber drawing technique. Without the saber drawing technique, strictly speaking, it was impossible to pull out the saber. However, Mengshi could easily pull out the saber without the saber drawing technique. First, he had activated the hidden dragon soul in the Thunder Dragon Spear, and now he had pulled out the saber very naturally. Clearly, this old man was not ordinary. At this moment, Zi-chan realized that his sharp perception had not detected the other party's realm. After sheathing the saber, Mengshi nodded and said sharp, "Not bad." After handing the saber to Zi-chan, Mengshi said, "Is there anything else?" Zi-chan was stunned. Mengshi said, "Your vigilance should not be used here, but in the battlefield of despair. Do you know how rare such an opportunity is? Not everyone can be lucky enough to receive Mengshi's guidance." Zi-chan took out the last weapon. It was the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Seeing the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, Mengshi's eyes immediately flashed. Zi-chan looked at Mengshi cautiously. The latter's attention was on the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Zi-chan felt the dragon spike in his hand loosen, and the dragon spike was already in Mengshi's hand. In an instant, Zi-chan had the urge to snatch the dragon spike back. However, when he saw Mengshi's focused expression, Zi-chan gave up on this idea. Star Illusion Dragon Spike. It is indeed the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Mengshi could not help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the origin of the weapon. Zi-chan, on the other hand, was very nervous. He was afraid that the other party would kill him and steal the treasure. Mengshi's gaze once again landed on Zi-chan. He smiled and said, "You little brat, your cultivation level is not high, but your luck is not bad. The 3 weapons you have are enough to enter the battlefield of despair. However, don't be careless. Any weapon that appears in the battlefield of despair is extraordinary." Passing the dragon stinger to Zi-chan, Mengshi said, "But this thing is too dazzling, so you need to give it a scabbard. Coincidentally, I have a scabbard here." Mengshi took out a black scabbard. The scabbard looked very ordinary, but it matched the dragon thrust very well. Zi-chan put the dragon piercer back into its scabbard. The 2 weapons seemed to fit perfectly. After fiddling with it for a while, Zi-chan stored the dragon spike into his storage pouch. The 5 spirit crystals in the storage pouch emitted a very strange power. It was the first time Zi-chan had seen such a power in his life. Zi-chan tried to absorb it, but found that there was no reaction. Spirit crystals are a product of the battlefield of despair. They can only be used in the battlefield of despair, Mengshi reminded him. After that, Mengshi gave a few simple explanations. Finally, he warned Zi-chan to be careful. In that world, nothing was important. Only one's life was the most important. Finally, Mengshi asked Zi-chan when he planned to enter the battlefield of despair. Zi-chan seriously thought about it and said, "Now, let's go." With a simple word, Mengshi led Zi-chan out of the room. Zi-chan walked out of the room with a long spear on his back, a long saber in a scabbard on his waist, and a storage pouch on his other side. When he returned to the tavern, there were more people here than before. After Mengshi appeared with Zi-chan, everyone's gaze uniformly landed on Zi-chan. Those gazes were filled with undisguised greed. Mengshi walked straight ahead, as if he didn't notice the abnormality around him. His speed was somewhat fast, and soon he was out of the tavern. Zi-chan was still some distance away from Mengshi. Zi-chan didn't know if Mengshi deliberately did this. In short, after Mengshi disappeared, those who were greedy but didn't make a move suddenly stood up and blocked Zi-chan's path. "Kid, I heard you have a battle martial domain token." A burly man walked over and looked down at Zi-chan. "That's right." Zi-chan nodded. "Give it to me, and I'll spare your life." The burly man stretched out his fan-like hand, the threat in his eyes obvious. The others stared at Zi-chan mockingly. Zi-chan shook the long spear in his hand and stabbed at the burly man. "Ah!" The burly man shouted, angrily staring at Zi-chan. His extended right hand had been completely pierced by the long spear. Due to the pain, his body was slightly bent. From this position, Zichen could look down on him. Being able to knock down an 8th-layer burly man with one strike, the surrounding people's mocking expressions became a little more serious. With a shake of the long spear in his hand, the burly man was sent flying. After flying, the burly man was injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. With the long spear in his hand, Zichen swept his gaze across the few people and said coldly, "Who else wants my battle martial domain token?" Being stared at by Zichen, another 8th-layer domain realm cultivator smiled embarrassedly and said, "It said that those who obtain the battle martial domain token are either geniuses or lunatics. It seems like you're a genius. However, geniuses usually die the fastest in the battlefield of despair." After speaking, the 8th-layer domain realm cultivator returned to his seat. The others seemed to weigh their skills and obediently returned to their seats. As for the 8th-layer domain realm cultivator whose hand had been pierced, he slowly sat up and stared at Zichen with hatred. Zichen, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around and glanced at the burly man. With a shake of the long spear in his hand, he shot it straight at the burly man. PFFF! The burly man was nailed to the wall. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Zichen in disbelief. It seemed as though he couldn't understand why this fellow would suddenly kill him. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. The 8th-layer domain realm cultivator, who had previously called Zichen a genius, cursed under his breath and called him a lunatic. With the deterrence of an 8th-layer domain realm cultivator, no one dared to provoke or look Zichen in the eye. The long spear automatically left the wall and returned to Zichen. He carried the long spear on his back again and walked out. Meng, she was waiting outside. When he heard the sound of footsteps, he said, without turning his head, "You came out a minute later than I expected." 1 minute. Zichen was stunned. One had to know that he had only used 1 minute to attack. However, he quickly understood the meaning behind Meng Shi's words. Aside from geniuses and lunatics, those who enter the battlefield of despair are also scum who have nowhere to go. They have either offended a powerful force or committed countless crimes. With nowhere to hide, they have no choice but to enter the battlefield of despair. In their eyes, there is only life and death, only benefits. Although these people haven't entered the battlefield of despair yet, they will soon enter. Remember, if you want to eliminate a threat, the most effective method is to kill. Kill all those who threaten you. Zichen nodded solemnly. In fact, he shouldn't have wasted his breath and directly dealt with the burly man. After entering the battlefield of despair, head north. The human gathering point is in the north. After saying that, Meng, she walked forward. The Inn of Despair was next to the battlefield of despair. There was a spatial passage there guarded by a 9th-layer domain realm cultivator. Meng, she led Zichen towards the spatial passage. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped and his calm eyes swept forward. "Come out." The space in front of them distorted and a black-clothed man appeared. The power of space surged around his body and his narrow eyes were full of spirit. He was a person who specialized in concealment and assassination. Zichen sensed that the other party was a 9th-layer domain realm cultivator. He should be here for him. His expression turned gloomy. After the black-clothed man appeared, he stood there with his head lowered and didn't say a word. It was as if he didn't even have the courage to look Meng Shi in the eye. "Scram! I don't want next time." The black-clothed man seemed to have been pardoned. He turned around and disappeared into the void. The Wang family's hands are quite long. Meng Shi let out a deep murmur and led Zichen into the passage. At the entrance of the passage, Meng Shi instructed, "Now take out your weapon and put your storage bag in your chest. That thing is like a treasure of this world. Anyone who sees it will want to snatch it." Zichen nodded. He took out the sheathed dragon thorn and carried it on his back. Then he put it into his storage bag. What happened next was extremely simple. Qin took out the War Region token. The token glowed and a light enveloped Qin. In the next moment, Qin's figure disappeared. Qin entered the battlefield of despair in less than a day after arriving at the Imperial Sky Region. However, he didn't know that the news about him had reached the Wang family on the same day. The Deputy Region Lord of the Imperial Sky Region looked at the description of Qin in the news and didn't say anything for a long time. The news was obtained from a secret place. It couldn't be wrong. In a small world, he crossed 2 layers in just a few months. Then, in a short 20 years, he broke through 1 layer to reach the 7th layer. This speed of breaking through can be considered incredible. Wang Yuanshan muttered to himself. In that case, although Qin is a genius, he doesn't have the battle strength to kill a 9th layer domain realm expert. Wang Yuanshan said indifferently, "That's indeed the case." Wang was said from behind. A round trip from the Shuntian prefecture in a single day. Such a long-distance teleportation consumed a lot of energy. In that case, Qin doesn't have anything to do with this. Logically speaking, the young master's matter indeed has nothing to do with Qin. However, this subordinate has brought back another piece of news that this subordinate found out myself. What news? Qin has a weapon on him. It's called the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Wang Yuanshan frowned slightly. Clearly, he didn't know the effects of this weapon. It's said to be the weapon of a starry sky great sage. Wang was said. In that case, it's a saint weapon. Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed. Yes, it's said to have extraordinary effects. In that case, that Qin really can't be let go. At this moment, a black-clothed man walked in. Lord Meng Shi accompanied Qin to the teleportation passage. The black-clothed man said respectfully, "In that case, Qin has entered the battlefield of despair. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Chapter 1595. The teleportation channel brought Qin to the battlefield of despair. This was a real world like the Jianwu continent, but it was already heading toward destruction. In front of him was a boundless desert. The ground looked like it was being roasted by flames. The high temperature rose, causing the space to distort. There was no energy of heaven and earth that cultivators could use here. Even the air was very thin. As soon as he entered the battlefield of despair, Qin had an extra light shield around his body. This light shield had a strong defensive power, even stronger than the 3 layers of light shields that Wang Dong had supported. Qin looked around vigilantly. He wanted to find the source of the defensive light shield. Then, a message appeared in Qin's sea of consciousness. This was an introduction to the battlefield of despair. Every outsider of the Jianwu continent had this treatment. This was a real world that was not inferior to the Jianwu continent. This world was called Earth, and it was destroyed because of the invasion of the alien race. All the natives of this world had died in battle, and the whole world was occupied by the alien race. There were many alien races here, and they came from other places. The only enemy of the Jianwu continent was the alien race. When the experts of the Jianwu continent found this world, it had already been occupied by the alien race. As the number of alien races living here increased, the other party was likely to find the location of the Jianwu continent and open up a new passage to the Jianwu continent. Therefore, that expert opened up a passage on his own, and at the same time let the experts of the Jianwu continent join in to kill the alien race here. There were many kinds of alien races here, and they had strong combat power. They had already adapted to this world, and each of them was very fierce. In addition to the alien race, there were also some mutated beasts in this world, which were very difficult to deal with. The light shield that appeared on its own could only last for a quarter of an hour. However, during this quarter of an hour, the light shield was invincible. During the quarter of an hour when the light shield appeared, it gave people a preliminary understanding of the battlefield of despair. As for the origin of the name, It was called the Battlefield of Despair because this world completely isolated the domain of cultivators. Zichen could still sense the domain world, but there was a mysterious rule force that blocked the connection between the two sides. He could sense but could not fight. As he sensed, Zichen found that the domain world seemed to become active after arriving here, and the speed at which the void tree absorbed power had also become much faster. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the invincible light shield around Zichen dissipated. This meant that danger could come at any time. Zichen held the dragon spear tightly in his hand. The dragon stinger was on his back, and the sheathed long saber was tied to his waist. Zichen spread his spiritual senses in all directions. He did not sense any danger, but the first problem appeared in front of Zichen. He found that the power in his body was slowly dissipating. It was as if there was a spirit-absorbing array under the desert that was constantly sucking away Zichen's power. In addition to the loss of power, the high temperature of the desert also made Zichen sweat. The water in his body flowed away with the sweat, and Zichen felt a thirst that he had not felt in a long time. Right now, Zichen's mouth was as dry as a mortal's. It was hard for him to imagine whether or not he would feel hungry in a while. Unable to withstand the scorching heat, Zichen had no choice but to put up an energy shield. His energy was already dissipating, and now that he put up a shield, Zichen's consumption was undoubtedly greater. Zichen's top priority was to quickly pass through this desert and find an oasis. Otherwise, he would probably die here. When he first entered the battlefield of despair, Zichen already felt the cruelty of the environment here. Zichen moved forward, and his pace gradually increased. As he moved forward, the yellow sand behind him slowly sank, as if something was moving underground. With the energy shield protecting his body, Zichen could still feel a trace of coolness, but the speed of energy consumption was too fast. After moving forward for 5 miles, Zichen did not encounter a single life form. There was still no end to the yellow sand as far as the eye could see. He stretched out his arm and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The yellow sand on the ground rolled, and the grains of yellow sand shot out with a sharp whistling sound. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the yellow sand and stabbed toward Zichen. Clang! With his sharp senses, Zichen quickly turned around, but he was still a step too late. The cold light instantly hit the shield around him. This attack did not break through his defense, but it contained a powerful force. This force directly pushed Zichen back. Zichen, who was retreating, shouted loudly and forcibly stopped his retreat. The long spear in his hand suddenly shook and stabbed at the yellow sand in front of him. This attack was faster and fiercer, and at the same time it was accompanied by drops of sweat that splashed in all directions. Pooh! The long spear stabbed into the yellow sand and hit something. Immediately, an ear-piercing sound came from the yellow sand. This sound seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, causing Zichen's mind to tremble and his movements to become sluggish. Zichen shook his head, and the sweat along with the discomfort was flung out. Before Zichen could dig out the thing underground with his spear, he suddenly felt pain in his leg. He subconsciously looked down and saw a sharp thorn. Not only had it pierced his defensive shield, but it had also pierced his calf. Aside from the pain, Zichen also felt a sense of dizziness. He immediately knew that there was poison on the thorns. To be able to make someone as strong as Zichen feel dizzy, the poison on the thorns must be highly toxic. First, he encountered a soul attack, and then he encountered a highly toxic poison. This place was indeed full of danger. However, in the next moment, a deadly aura of danger rose from the bottom of Zichen's heart. His face changed greatly, and his body directly rose into the air. The yellow sand filled the sky, and sharp thorns suddenly appeared, stabbing toward the place where Zichen had been standing. The 1-meter-long thorns flashed with a cold light in the hot desert. Zichen looked down, and his body was already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, two gigantic creatures appeared in front of him. These were two gigantic scorpions. They were the same color as the yellow sand and were 2 meters long with a 1 meter long stinger. At this moment, one of them was nailed by Zi-Chen's spear, but it wasn't dead yet. It was still struggling, and its 1 meter long stinger was constantly stabbing at the Thunder Dragon's spear, producing clanging sounds. As for the other one, because its stinger had pierced through Zi-Chen's calf, it was directly lifted up by Zi-Chen. Its stinger was stuck, and the stinger was swinging back and forth in Zi-Chen's calf, causing waves of pain. At the same time, it was also borrowing force, and its huge pincers and ugly and sharp mouth parts were constantly opening and closing, trying to attack Zi-Chen. These two gigantic scorpions looked like a male and a female. Their sizes were clearly different. The one that was pierced by the spear was capable of soul attacks, but its stinger wasn't that strong. As for the one that pierced through Zi-Chen's body, it wasn't capable of soul attacks, but its stinger was poisonous, and it broke through Zi-Chen's defense in one hit. Below, sharp stingers appeared one after another, and there were no less than 20 gigantic scorpions. Zi-Chen's figure once again rose into the air, and his sweat flowed like water, dripping onto the yellow sand. Bang! The spear in his hand shook, and the collapse formula was used. The gigantic scorpion that was pierced by the spear completely exploded, turning into many pieces and falling down. Then Zi-Chen swept his spear again, and the second gigantic scorpion's tail was cut off by him. As soon as the scorpion landed on the ground, it screamed and tried to drill into the ground to escape. Puff! Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and the gigantic scorpion that had lost its stinger was pierced through by a stinger that broke out of the sand. Soon, the cold light flashed again, and 7 or 8 stingers pierced into the body of the previous gigantic scorpion. The gigantic scorpion that had lost its tail died instantly. The sand below began to churn violently, and the gigantic scorpions emerged one after another. They glanced at Zi-Chen in the sky, and then walked towards the 2 dead gigantic scorpions. Soon, the group of gigantic scorpions devoured each other. During the process, there were occasional disputes, and some of the gigantic scorpions couldn't help but shriek. Zi-Chen, who was above his head, felt dizzy again. He shook his head and pulled out the stinger that pierced his leg. Black blood flowed out of the wound, and it was indeed highly poisonous. Zi-Chen, who was about to throw the stinger down, suddenly hesitated and then put it into his storage bag. The 2 gigantic scorpions were quickly eaten, and then the group of gigantic scorpions that hadn't had enough yet raised their heads to look at Zi-Chen. Looking at their eager expressions, it seemed that they could attack at any time. Zi-Chen's expression changed, and he didn't stay any longer. He flew into the air and flew away. The yellow sand below continued to churn, and he could vaguely see the appearance of poisonous stingers one after another. The battlefield of despair didn't restrict flying, but flying consumed too much energy. Without the support of the domain world, Zi-Chen couldn't bear this kind of consumption. Thus, he came into contact with the light barrier around him and began to fly at high speed. He still had a trace of connection with the heavenly thunderwings, but he couldn't summon them at this time. This desert was almost boundless. With Zi-Chen's current strength, even if he used up all his energy, he couldn't fly out. The sand below continued to churn as gigantic scorpions appeared one after another. They stared at Zi-Chen, their eyes emitting greed and thirst. His energy consumption quickly reached 50%. In this dangerous place, his battle strength was naturally at its peak. So Zi-Chen didn't hesitate to take out a spirit crystal and began to absorb its energy. Sure enough, in this world, spirit crystals could be used. Strand after strand of energy entered Zi-Chen's body, recovering Zi-Chen's energy consumption. Zi-Chen, on the other hand, accelerated his escape from this desert. Zi-Chen didn't expect that the moment he entered the battlefield of despair, he would begin to flee. However, when the energy in the spirit crystal completely dissipated, Zi-Chan found that he only had 40% of his energy left. During this time, he had consumed 40% of his energy. In other words, one spirit crystal had only allowed Zi-Chan to recover 30% of his energy, and he had only recovered 90% of his energy after consuming 3 spirit crystals. This was a huge difference from his original estimate of 1 spirit crystal. Damn it, why is it like this? Zi-Chan was flustered and exasperated. If Meng she hadn't given him a spirit crystal, Zi-Chan would have already died in the yellow sand. The scorching heat rose, and Zi-Chan had to resist the heat while moving forward. The entire desert was like a boiling sea, constantly boiling, and poisonous stingers would occasionally appear in his field of vision. In the battlefield of despair, although strength was important, luck was also indispensable. Chapter 1596. After entering the battlefield of despair, Zi-Chan appeared in the Desert of Death. This was one of the few native mutant beasts in this area. There were twin scorpions, giant lizards, sand snakes, and other powerful creatures. Zi-Chan could only see the twin scorpions. Not only were they proficient in physical attacks, but their soul attacks were also very strong. They had almost caused Zi-Chan to suffer a great loss. Zi-Chan quickly flew above the desert. Because he was flying at a low altitude, some of the giant scorpions that were proficient in soul attacks launched attacks. Fortunately, Zi-Chen's soul was strong enough. He was prepared in advance and was not afraid. If it were any other 8th or 9th stage cultivator, they might not be as relaxed as Zi-Chan. By the time Zi-Chan saw a trace of green at the end of the world, the 3rd spirit crystal had been completely exhausted. Now he had less than 30% of the energy in his body. At this moment, Zi-Chan was covered in sand and dust. His robes were no longer recognizable. Without hesitation, he absorbed the 4th spirit crystal. Like an arrow released from a bow, Zi-Chan turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the green. Bang! Zi-Chan heavily smashed into this patch of green. The sand on his body shook off and shot out in all directions like hidden weapons. Behind him, the sand in the desert was constantly churning. Giant scorpions appeared on the sand, seemingly afraid of this patch of green. They stayed at the edge of the desert, but did not enter. From afar, they screamed at Zi-Chan with their souls. After a moment, seeing no reaction from the human, they unwillingly retreated back into the sand with their long poisonous stingers. Zi-Chan let out a sigh of relief. He had finally made it out of the desert alive. However, immediately after, a vine silently extended towards Zi-Chan. In an instant, it wrapped around Zi-Chan and trapped him. Zi-Chen's sharp senses were greatly reduced here. Before he could react, he was completely covered by the vine and pulled to the ground. With a loud roar, Zi-Chen's body glowed. The energy in his body surged like tides. After several shocks, the vine showed signs of loosening. Zi-Chen took advantage of this gap to grab the long saber at his waist. Whoosh! A bright saber light flashed, and the vines were cut off. With his saber in hand, Zi-Chen turned around and looked in the direction of the vines. There was a small tree that was less than the height of a person. The small tree had many branches, and each branch was an extendable vine. Zi-Chen's gaze turned cold. He saw even more vines shooting toward him, causing whistling sounds as they tore through the air. Swoosh! Zi-Chen's figure shifted, and he immediately arrived at the side of the vine. With a flash of his saber, he cut off another vine. As if feeling the pain, these vines trembled and retreated back to the small tree behind them. Sheathing his long saber, Zi-Chen held his gun and shot at the center of the tree. During this time, many of the vines were destroyed. Zi-Chen pointed his spear at the small tree, and with a flash of lightning, the small tree exploded with a boom. After struggling for a while, the vines stopped moving. Zi-Chen had already killed the tree trunk. The small tree was as thick as a fist. The upper half of the tree had vanished, but the lower half was still there. And in the middle of the tree, Zi-chan saw some liquid that emitted a lustrous light. After fleeing all the way, Zi-chan was already unable to endure the thirst. When he saw the sparkling liquid, he didn't hesitate to step forward and suck it into his stomach. When the sap entered his stomach, it had a refreshing feeling. Wisps of energy were produced, replenishing Zi-chen's expenditure. The sap was equivalent to the spiritual liquid of the outside world. It had the effect of restoring energy, which surprised Zi-chen. Looking around, there were some similar trees in the distance. Therefore, Zi-chen immediately put away the spirit crystal that had been consumed by a third. There were still 1.5 spirit crystals left. He didn't know how long the return journey was, so he couldn't waste them. At this point, Zi-chan realized that all the laws he had comprehended had lost their effects. This included the destruction laws. Even his perfect body was suppressed to a certain extent. This world had its own laws. In addition, its world level wasn't inferior to the Jianwu continent. Even though this world was on the verge of destruction, it still blocked all the laws of the outside world. Zi-chen couldn't use any of the Jianwu continent's laws here. Apart from that, he had to abide by the laws of this world. Every time he flew, he needed to expend a lot of energy. Apart from spirit crystals, this energy could only be recovered by food. Without spirit crystals and food, it would be very difficult for his energy to recover. In this world, there was a nomological energy that belonged to him. Unfortunately, foreign humans couldn't use it at all, nor could they use it to replenish their strength. As the sap entered his stomach, the dryness in his mouth improved. The energy he expended slowly increased. Zi-chen rested against the dead tree roots. He was still highly nervous. There were dangers everywhere, and they could escape his perception. Zi-chen had to be careful. If he was in the Jianwu continent, Zi-chen could completely mobilize the wood law. Following that, his perception would increase greatly. Unfortunately, Zi-chen couldn't sense any laws here. The energy of the sap was quickly consumed. The energy in Zi-chen's body increased a little. If calculated in terms of spirit crystals, it was about 1%. In other words, as long as he killed 100 of these small trees, he could get the energy equivalent to 1 spirit crystal. 1 spirit crystal could only restore 30% of Zi-chen's energy. Zi-chen stood up again. His gaze fell on the second small tree. The long spear in his hand glowed faintly. The strength of the small tree was not strong. It was equivalent to the 5th or 6th layer of human cultivation. However, the vines were tough and somewhat difficult to deal with. When Zi-chen used the long spear, only the burst formula had an effect. However, after using the long saber, cutting down those tough vines was a piece of cake. Soon, the second small tree was cut down. Zi-chen once again found the crystal-clear sap and sucked it into his stomach. However, just as Zi-chen was slowly refining the sap, the small trees in the distance suddenly began to extend. The vines were like spirit snakes, coming from all directions and surrounding Zi-chen. Zi-chen shouted. He unsheathed his long saber and began another round of slaughter. After killing more than a dozen small trees, Zi-chen had consumed nearly 20% of his energy. He only had 10% left. The sap he obtained was not enough to sustain his consumption. In other words, Zi-chen's efforts and gains were completely inversely proportional. In this way, before Zi-chen could pass through this forest, his energy would be exhausted and he would die. In the outside world, Zi-chen, with his powerful battle strength and the perfect world, would not die even if he wanted to. However, in less than a day, Zi-chen had found 2 places where he could kill himself. If Meng she had not given him 5 spirit crystals in advance, Zi-chen might have already died in that desert. In the forest there were small trees. The small trees had things that could restore energy, but Zi-chen did not dare to go deep. In this unknown world, Energy was the most important thing. Therefore, Zichen had to find a way to get more sap. No one knew how far the return journey was. Zichen carefully moved forward in the forest, his eyes constantly looking at the small trees. Zichen was calculating the distance between the small trees so that he could launch a surprise attack. Swish! After finding his target, his figure flashed and rushed toward a small tree, the long saber in his hand emitting a cold light. "I'll finish this battle in 2 breaths." Zichen's eyes flashed with unswerving determination, and a flash of saber light appeared. With a cracking sound, the blocking vines were cut. Zichen turned into a stream of light, rushed in front of the small tree, and chopped down with his saber. The small tree's defense was not strong, and it was cut in half. However, right after that, the vines from all directions fell onto Zichen's head like a huge net. As if he did not notice the abnormality above his head, Zichen took the sap as fast as he could and escaped through a gap in the vines that could not be closed in time. After escaping successfully, Zichen was drenched in cold sweat. When the wind blew, his body was sticky and uncomfortable. For a little sap, Zichen was really walking on the edge of death. After killing more than 10 small trees, Zichen's energy was completely depleted. The forest in front of him was endless, just like the desert before. Zichen felt bitter, but he was sure that this was the north direction. In desperation, he could only walk around the edge of the forest. During this time, Zichen had completely refined the 4th spiritual crystal and more than 10 portions of sap. His energy had been restored by nearly 30%. Now, Zichen only had 10 portions of sap and 1 spiritual crystal left. Zichen wanted to rely on these things to reach the human gathering place. During the journey, there would be battles from time to time. Zichen's energy was constantly depleted, but he would also gain a little. Although the effort was not proportional to the gain, it was better than nothing. Zichen walked around the forest for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, the direction of the forest changed and extended to the other side. Zichen gave up on the forest and walked towards the north. At this moment, he only had 20% of his energy left. All that was left was the poisonous sting of the giant scorpion in the storage bag and the War Marshal Field token. As for the spiritual crystal and sap, they were completely depleted in these 2 days and 2 nights. At the same time, Zichen felt that his energy was absorbing the energy of this world, but it was very slow. After careful calculation, he came to a conclusion. As long as he meditated continuously for a month, his energy would be restored to 100%. However, in just 3 days in this world, Zichen had encountered several life and death crises. If he stayed in the same place for a month, he might be in danger. Moreover, if he did not eat or drink for a month, Zichen would probably starve to death. There were only a few sporadic thick trees in his line of sight, but Zichen's sharp senses detected danger. He stood in place and quietly looked ahead. It was quiet in front, but the sense of danger was getting stronger and stronger. Zichen did not say anything and turned to leave. Even if he entered the forest from before, it would be better than staying here. What sharp senses! A sneer sounded and a person walked out from behind a big tree. It was a man dressed in black. His body surged with a 7-fold aura. He held a sheathless long sword in his hand and wore a pair of dark green boots. His black eyes emitted a murderous intent. Zichen heard the voice and immediately turned around. At a glance, he saw that the other party was a human like him. They should also be from the War Marshal continent. Sure enough, as Mengshi said, when entering the battlefield of despair, one had to be careful of everything one saw, including humans. This book is from the web. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1597. With 20% of his energy left, Zichen encountered an opponent of the same level at his peak. If this was the outside world, Zichen could completely ignore an opponent of the same level. However, in the battlefield of despair, Zichen had to formally recognize every living being. You want to kill me? Zichen looked at him warily. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to wait for you to kill me? The black-clothed man sneered. Zichen was confused. Why would I want to kill you? I'm here to kill the other races. A hint of astonishment appeared on the black-clothed man's face as he sized up Zichen from head to toe. A moment later, he laughed loudly and said, So you're a rookie who just entered the battlefield of despair. You probably haven't even been to a human gathering place before. We're about to head there. That should be right, Zichen said, pointing ahead. The man in black smiled coldly and said, The direction is indeed correct, but unfortunately you will never reach there. Why? Zichen asked again. Because you have to die. The black-clothed man gradually walked forward, finally entering the attack range. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he slashed at Zichen with his sword. His speed was extremely fast. Pum! Zichen only had enough time to put his spear in front of him to protect himself before he was sent flying by the sword. Even the spear in his hand was shaken out of his grip. Looking at Zichen, who couldn't even withstand a single blow, the 7th stage domain realm expert smiled indifferently and was about to step forward to finish him off. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and a bright light appeared in his eyes. A dazzling saber light streaked across his face. This saber was so fast and swift that the 7th stage domain realm cultivator could not react in time. He could only lean his body to the side, subconsciously. Pooh! The blade flashed and an arm flew up. Zichen's counterattack had cut off his opponent's left arm. The 7th domain realm cultivator was so angry that he wanted to swallow Zichen whole. When he looked at Zichen again, he had already fallen to the ground. He had used up the remaining 20% of the energy in his body. Zichen's eyes were filled with regret and despair as his all-out attack failed to kill his opponent. After bandaging his wound, the 7th domain realm expert stared at Zichen, who was lying on the ground, and said resentfully, It's said that everyone who comes in here has some skills. It seems that it's true. If I didn't react quickly enough, I would have died under your blade. Zichen slowly got up and leaned against a withered tree. He said sarcastically, Don't talk to me about quick reflexes. That was just your luck. The black-clothed man didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, he nodded and said seriously, That's right. That strike from before was indeed unexpected. But do you know that in the battlefield of despair, luck is also an important factor that determines life and death? I didn't know before, but I do now. Zichen panted, looking very weak. At this moment, he didn't have any energy in his body. Naturally, he couldn't fight back. Looking at the human in front of him, who was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, the black-clothed man slowly walked forward. The long sword in his hand started to glow. Zichen struggled a few times to get up, but he didn't succeed. He could only look at the black-clothed man and said helplessly, Consider it my bad luck. Please make it quick. Don't worry, I'll be quick. The black-clothed man smiled malevolently. The long sword in his hand was already stabbing towards Zichen. Zichen closed his eyes. Swoosh! The long sword stopped 1 meter away from Zichen. Dense killing intent swept over. The sword aura shot out, causing Zichen's black hair to flutter. The long sword didn't continue to stab. Zichen, who was waiting for death, opened his eyes in confusion and saw a malevolent, smiling face. Die. Before Zichen could speak, the long sword vibrated slightly. A powerful aura was released. In the next moment, the long sword pierced towards Zichen's glabella like lightning. Zichen's confused eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. A golden lightning bolt suddenly rushed out from his glabella and headed towards the 7th domain realm's sea of consciousness. The speed of the golden lightning was much faster than the tip of the sword. It flashed and disappeared. The tip of the sword was still moving forward. Dense killing intent kept surging. Zi-Chun would definitely die after this attack. However, when the tip of the sword was 1 inch away from Zi-Chen's glabella, it suddenly stopped. The black, clothed man's eyes widened. The vitality in his eyes gradually dissipated. The golden light flashed and returned to Zi-Chen's sea of consciousness. His lifeless eyes regained their luster. Looking at the long sword that was approaching his glabella, a tinge of fear flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he still won. He touched the tip of the sword gently with his finger. The tip of the sword started to vibrate. The black, clothed man's body fell to the side because of the vibrations. With 20% of his strength left, Zi-Chun could only use all his strength to attack. This was what he had planned beforehand. Furthermore, this attack might not be able to kill his opponent. Indeed, Zi-Chun had guessed that no one who could survive in the battlefield of despair was weak. After his all-out attack was blocked, Zi-Chun came up with a second plan. He would pretend to be weak and use his spiritual senses to decide life and death at the last moment. The other party was indeed very cautious. The tip of the sword stopped 1 meter away, waiting for Zi-Chen's next move. However, who was Zi-Chen? He had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His scheming was not weaker than the other party's. Thus, when the other party thought that Zi-Chen had let down his guard, he attacked. Zi-Chen, on the other hand, attacked in an instant. Zi-Chun bent down and searched the other party's body for a while. He only found 2 spirit crystals. He immediately became depressed. You only have 2 spirit crystals. You dare to come out and kill people with only 2 spirit crystals? You don't even have a storage pouch. Zi-Chun was very dissatisfied. He thought that he had killed a fat sheep. He didn't expect that the other party was just a pauper. The other party didn't have anything valuable on him. He only had a sheathless, long sword that looked good. His clothes were not bad either. However, Zi-Chen didn't have the hobby of taking off people's clothes. Zi-Chen picked up the long sword and carried it on his back. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Thus, he immediately walked towards the big tree in front of him. The black, clothed man had appeared from behind this big tree. As expected, Zi-Chen found a leather bag behind the tree. The bag was slightly bulging. There should be a lot of things inside. Zi-Chun picked up the bag and returned to the tree root. Only then did he open it. There was a pile of bones in the bag. They should have been picked out from some kind of beast. Zi-Chen didn't recognize any of them. Thinking that they should be useful, he directly put them into his storage pouch. In addition, there was a small bag in the bag. There were some hard things inside. After Zi-Chen opened it, he saw some dried meat strips. There were also 2 gourds. One gourd was the size of a palm, and the other was much bigger. Zi-Chen's stomach was rumbling with hunger. He grabbed the dried meat strips and tore them into pieces. Ignoring the food in his mouth, he opened the large gourd. It was filled with water. It was very ordinary, but very pure. At the same time, Zi-Chen drank a mouthful. The second gourd was the size of a palm. There was some tree sap in it. There were about 30 portions. This could be considered an unexpected fortune. Other than that, Zi-Chen didn't find anything related to a map. However, to be able to obtain this kind of harvest was not small. After eating and drinking, Zi-Chen's energy gradually recovered. Because the food didn't contain anything high in energy, Zi-Chen's recovery was very slow. Helpless, Zi-Chen could only take out a spirit crystal and refine it until his energy recovered by 30%. Looking at the last spirit crystal in his hand, Zi-Chen finally gave up on the idea of refining it immediately. 30% of his energy was enough if he used it sparingly and carefully. Thinking about how he once had an endless amount of energy to squander and how he was now haggling over 10% of his energy, Zi-Chen could only shake his head and smile bitterly. With barely 40% of his energy, Zi-Chen once again headed north. The black-clothed man had already said that Zi-Chen's direction was correct. It was unlikely that the black-clothed man would lie about this kind of thing. Not long after Zi-Chen left, roots drilled out from the withered tree he was leaning against. These roots wrapped around the dead man's body and dragged it into the soil. It turned out that it wasn't completely dead. It was just that, for some reason, it didn't attack Zi-Chen. For the rest of the day, Zi-Chen didn't encounter any danger. The energy in his body slowly recovered to 50%. After a night of silence, Zi-Chen continued on his journey the next day. However, Zi-Chen encountered danger on the second day. As he fought along the way, Zi-Chen's body gradually gained some wounds. As for the energy consumption, it was also great. After that, in order to save as much energy as possible, Zi-Chen reduced some of his evasive maneuvers. Instead, he took the initiative to get injured to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. During this period, Zi-Chen killed a few black rats and found some small particles in their bodies. The particles contained some energy, but the effect was only slightly better than tree sap. It couldn't be compared to spirit crystals at all. Zi-Chen's consumption, once again, far exceeded his gains. The food, drinking water, and tree sap he obtained after killing the black-clothed man had already been consumed by Zi-Chen in the past few days. In the end, Zi-Chen was empty again. However, his storage bag was stuffed with fur and bones. He didn't know whether these things were useful or not. In any case, he just put them away. In this way, Zi-Chen miraculously traveled for another 10 days. During this time, his body was covered with countless wounds. If it wasn't for his strong recovery ability, Zi-Chen would have died long ago. Another night, Zi-Chen found a black wolf. The wolf's body wasn't big. It looked like a big dog, but its pair of green eyes were full of murderous intent. Zi-Chen looked around vigilantly. At the same time, he released his spiritual senses to investigate. He was afraid that it wasn't just one wolf that came, but a pack. Fortunately, Zi-Chen's luck was not bad this time. There was only one lone wolf that came. Thus, a man and a wolf began to fight to the death. Zi-Chen's body had no energy left. In the following battle, he relied on the strength of his physical body. He waved the long saber in his hand fiercely and occasionally waved his fist to hit the black wolf's head. Zi-Chen's body gradually gained scratches and even some teeth marks. In the end, Zi-Chen won and killed the black wolf. However, he really didn't have the strength to dissect the black wolf. He could only carry it with his spear and continue north. This time, the god of luck began to favor Zi-Chen. When the sky was bright, Zi-Chen finally saw a towering city wall, the gathering place of humans. Zi-Chen's tired eyes regained their luster. A force of unknown origin was injected into Zi-Chen's body. He carried the black wolf, the dragon thorn and long sword on his back, and the black saber at his waist. He walked step by step toward the gathering place of humans. However, this force of will was not enough to bring Zi-Chen to the gathering place of humans. His vision was blurry and he could collapse at any time. However, he still persevered and walked step by step toward the gathering place. Relying on his strong willpower, Zi-Chen finally reached the foot of the tall city wall. He was only 100 meters away from the gate guarded by the guards. Pang. Chapter 1598. There were guards at the city gates, and adventurers were entering and exiting. Zi-Chen, who was staggering over while carrying a black wolf, naturally attracted the attention of the other adventurers. Zi-Chen's steps were staggering, clearly heavily injured. However, they were all humans, so when they saw him, not only did they not go up to help him, they even looked at him with greed in their eyes. Their gazes were constantly sizing up Zi-Chen's body. Some were looking at his weapon, while others were looking at the prey on his spear. However, with the guards around, no one dared to announce their thoughts to the public, even though they had other thoughts. Finally, Zi-Chen collapsed to the ground, not moving at all. The surrounding people's gazes became even more fervent, and some of them even began to stir. It's a Daxus black wolf, cunning and cruel. I didn't expect this little guy to be able to kill one by himself. Looking at his wounds, it looks like he fought a Daxus black wolf. This little guy is really surprising. There are no less than 100 wounds on his body. He should have experienced many battles. Looking at the wounds on Zi Chen's body, some people were also very surprised. Their gazes were calm, and they didn't really care about the things on Zi Chen's body. A Daxus black wolf's heart could be exchanged for 3 spirit crystals, and a complete Daxus black wolf could be exchanged for about 6 spirit crystals. Although many people's gazes became fervent, not everyone was interested in 6 spirit crystals. You've all forgotten the rules of Imperial Sky City. Just as the adventurers were about to make their next move, a guard noticed the situation and loudly shouted. Hearing the word rules, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. He's already dead, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules. An adventurer spoke up. Dead. I'll go take a look. The guard walked toward Zichen and loudly shouted, Hey, little guy, are you still alive? Zichen didn't move, so he naturally couldn't reply. Look, I already said he's already dead. A 7th-layer adventurer muttered, his eyes fixed on Zichen, and at the same time he was wary of the surrounding people. The 9th-layer guard glared fiercely at the other party as he emotionlessly stated, If he dies, you guys can do whatever you want to him. But if he is still alive, you guys have to abide by the rules of the Royal Heaven City. As he spoke, the guard had already walked in front of Zichen. He reached out and checked Zichen's breathing. His breathing was irregular and weak, but he was still breathing. He immediately stood up and said loudly he's still alive. Follow the rules. Immediately, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. There were also some people who left after hearing this. Maybe he'll die soon. Let's wait a little longer. There were still some people who were unwilling to give up. They silently hoped that Zichen would die. There was a rule in the Royal Sky City. As long as one was within 1,000 meters of the city walls, no one was allowed to fight. Unless the person was already dead, no one was allowed to touch the belongings of the other party. Even though everyone coveted the Daxus Black Wolf's corpse, they could only wait for Zichen to die quickly. After the guard confirmed that Zichen was still alive, he returned to his original position. He had no intention of helping Zichen at all. Zichen had a dream. In the dream, he saw friends he hadn't seen in a long time. There were Shang Guanyu, Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, Wang Xian, Bald Monk, the Sky-Splitting Battle Ape, Long Hu, Barbarian Dragon, and a few others. They just looked at him like that. Their gazes were unfamiliar. Zichen called out everyone's names, but they were getting further and further away from him. Zichen subconsciously reached out to grab them, but he grabbed nothing but air. Zichen suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes was a patch of blue sky. His consciousness slowly woke up. Zichen was on high alert and immediately got up. Where is this place? Just as he sat up, Zichen heard disappointed sighs and curses coming from all around him. Damn it, it's already been 2 days. He's actually still alive. How depressing, making me wait for 2 days for nothing. You have to know, I might have already killed 2 Daxus Black Wolves. If you killed 2, I think it's hard to even kill one. Be careful not to end up in the wolf's stomach. Zichen looked around vigilantly. There were only humans here. Hearing the voices around him, Zichen's eyes gradually became clear. He remembered that he had walked to the human gathering place, but fainted midway. Hearing the discussions around him, he had already been unconscious here for 2 days. The Daxus Black Wolf was still pierced by a spear, and the weapon on its back was still there. In these 2 days, the wounds on his body had shown signs of healing, but they had not completely healed. Zichen picked up the Daxus Black Wolf again. Under the curses of the crowd, he walked towards the city. There were 2 rows of guards at the edge of the city, but they did not stop people from entering or leaving. As Zichen walked forward step by step, everyone's attention was clearly on him. 2 days ago, Zichen's aura had already been very weak, and everyone had been waiting for him to die. Unexpectedly, not only did he not die, but he had actually woken up in just 2 days. His powerful physique was truly surprising. Just as Zichen approached, the guard who had said that Zichen was still alive kindly reminded him, "Little guy, the trading area in the western part of the city is suitable for you. Many thanks." Zichen thanked him gratefully, then walked towards the city. This city was not small, but it was not as lively as Zichen had imagined. On the wide streets, there were not many people. After entering the city, Zichen refused a spirit crystal and directly walked towards the western part of the city. Without a doubt, the weakest existences here were at least at the 7th layer. When they arrived at the western part of the city began to look more like a city. There were more people, and Zichen saw one stall after another. There were all kinds of things on display. There were weapons, defensive armors, and even some daily food. Most of these stalls were official, but there were also some private stalls. Zichen walked over with a Dax Black Wolf on his shoulder, immediately becoming the focus of everyone's attention. However, everyone's attention was on the Dax Black Wolf, followed by Zichen, who was covered in wounds. Immediately, several people walked out, expressing their willingness to buy the Dax Black Wolf. However, the prices were all different. Some offered 3, some offered 4, and the highest was 5 spirit crystals. "Little guy, I'll give you 7 spirit crystals. I'll take this Dax Black Wolf." An old voice suddenly rang out from one of the stalls, and an old man walked out. This was a general store. It wasn't very large, but it had quite a few items. Zichen stopped and looked at the old man. The people who had been bargaining with Zichen were stunned when they saw the old man, then tactfully left. "You can come in and talk," the old man said with a beaming smile. Zichen walked into the general store with the Dax Black Wolf on his shoulder. As expected of a general store, it had everything. There were a few weapons, a few sets of armor, some books, and other things. "Give me the Dax Black Wolf, and it's yours." The old man took out 7 spirit crystals and placed them in front of Zichen. Zichen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the Dax Black Wolf to be so valuable. Indeed, from Zichen's point of view, having 7 spirit crystals on him was already very rich. Zichen took the spirit crystals and placed the Dax Black Wolf on the counter with a thump. He smiled and said, "All right, it's a deal. It's yours now." The old man smiled and nodded, no longer paying attention to the Dax Black Wolf. Instead, he said, "Little friend, this should be your first time in the battlefield of despair." Zichen nodded and said, "I just got here. I almost died on the way here. That damned desert still makes my heart palpitate when I think about it." "Desert?" The old man was startled. Zichen nodded and said, "After the desert, there's a forest that's also very dangerous." "Oh, right, you should know what that place is, right?" The corner of the old man's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face became even brighter. "Of course I know what that place is. However, in the battlefield of despair, if you want to know anything, you have to pay a price." While speaking, the old man took out a very thin book from the counter. At a glance, there were only 4 pages. On the cover of the book was written the basic knowledge of the battlefield of despair. The things you want are all recorded here. You only need to pay 6 spirit crystals and it's yours. A Dax Black Wolf was worth 6 spirit crystals, at most 7. The old man was clearly losing out by giving him 7 spirit crystals. However, this basic knowledge book was only worth 5 spirit crystals here. The old man obviously asked for an extra spirit crystal. If one wanted to survive in a place, they had to at least understand it. Zichen naturally wouldn't refuse, but he felt a little heartache. "You can take your time to study these things. If there's anything you don't need, as long as it's valuable, I'll buy it. The price is fair." The old man's eyes were fixed on Zichen's weapon. "I just happen to have one." While speaking, Ziqin took off the long sword. A trace of disappointment flashed in the old man's eyes. After glancing at the long sword, he said, "It doesn't have any special properties. It's a consumable item and is only worth 2 spirit crystals. A black wolf was worth 7 spirit crystals, but a weapon was worth 2 spirit crystals." This made Ziqin a little speechless, but it was fine as long as there was a profit. In the blink of an eye, Ziqin had 3 spirit crystals on him. Ziqin took the book and was about to leave when the old man said, "There are many empty houses here. You can live in any one of them. My name is Shankar. You can call me by my name or call me old man. I'll take all the materials here." While speaking, old man Shankar glanced at Ziqin's chest. This made Ziqin's expression change slightly. Ziqin nodded and left the grocery store. "What an interesting little guy." Old man Shankar narrowed his eyes and smiled. He didn't earn much from this deal because the black wolf's fur was incomplete and many of its bones were broken. Not to mention 7 spirit crystals. Even 6 spirit crystals wouldn't be worth it. The reason why Shankar spoke was because he saw the wounds on Ziqin's body and the black wolf's body. Obviously, a person who could fight with the black wolf was worth making friends with. After leaving the grocery store, Ziqin followed the old man's instructions and went to find a place to live. Sure enough, there were many empty houses here. Ziqin randomly found a house and pushed the door open. The little bit of energy Ziqin had just recovered was absorbed the moment he pushed the door open. Then the door plate next to it began to glow, indicating that someone lived here. And as long as Ziqin didn't die, this would always be his residence. Unless Ziqin had the intention to move. There were only some simple facilities in the room, but Ziqin didn't care. He sat on a stool and began to read the basic knowledge of the battlefield of despair without cleaning his wounds. Chapter 1599. The Desert of Death belonged to the natives, and there were many kinds of beasts living there. Among them were the twin scorpions that Ziqin had encountered. The twin scorpions seemed to move in groups, but in reality there was only one pair in each group. They were the male and female scorpions. The female scorpions were smaller in size and specialized in soul attacks. Their physical attacks weren't strong, so they were the first to attack. Their skin could be refined into a kind of leather armor that could suppress the loss of energy in the desert of death. The male scorpions were larger and specialized in physical attacks, so they were the second to attack. There was a small reason for this. If the first attack didn't break the target's defense, then the target would naturally think that their defense was very strong. However, when the second attack hit, they would often die. This was because the male scorpion was not only poisonous, but also had an armor-piercing effect. That poisonous stinger was also the most valuable thing on its body. The reason Ziqin was still alive was because, when he was forced back by the female scorpion's first attack, Ziqin had forcibly stopped himself from retreating. Otherwise, if Ziqin had retreated a few more steps, it wouldn't have been his calf that had been pierced, but his heart. Seeing the information on the twin scorpions, Ziqin sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that danger would have already descended at that time. Fortunately, he had coincidentally avoided it. Apart from that, the twin scorpions also had a long strip of soft meat on their backs. The quality of this meat was pretty good and could effectively recover energy. Apart from the twin scorpions, there were also lizards, sand snakes, and other creatures in the desert. They all had some special abilities, but Ziqin hadn't encountered them yet. The mutated trees that grew in the secluded forest were also natives, like the twin scorpions. The foreign races hadn't succeeded in occupying them. The small trees that weren't even as tall as a person at the edge of the secluded forest had spirit liquid inside them, which was what Ziqin called tree sap. As one went deeper, the danger level would increase, and the quality of the tree sap would also increase. It was said that in the depths of the secluded forest, there were complete spirit crystals inside the mutated trees. 6 spirit crystals could only buy the most basic knowledge. There was an introduction to the land of despair, and some of the dangerous places had special signs, such as the secluded forest and the desert of death. Apart from that, there were also some beasts and foreign races listed. The Daxus black wolf that Zi-Chen had killed earlier was said to have the Daxus bloodline. Its heart contained immense power and was the most valuable thing on its body. Apart from the Daxus black wolf, there were also the black tiger, black lion, and black panther. They were all very strong, and all of their strength was concentrated in their hearts. They were the weakest existences in the battlefield of despair, and they did not have many spirit crystals to exchange for. There were also some outlanders, most of whom were orcs. That was the most basic introduction, and there were no overly powerful existences among them. Obviously, these training places were specially for newcomers or 7th-tier adventurers. After reading it carefully, Zi-Chen closed the book and began to treat the wounds on his body. Right now, his stomach was rumbling with hunger, and he needed to buy something to eat. However, before that, Zi-Chen had to clear out the things in his storage bag. The 1 square meter space had already been completely occupied. As the storage bag was opened, things fell out. Most of them were fur and bones. All of them added together were not as valuable as the giant scorpion stinger. After wrapping everything up, Zi-Chen once again went to the grocery store. Old man Schenker welcomed Zi-Chen with his most sincere smile, as if the two of them had been friends for many years, and this was not their second meeting. "I want to sell these things." Zi-Chen opened the bag. Old man Schenker nodded and began to count the things. They were all bones. He could not help but frown. "Zi-Chen, these things can't be sold for a good price." "Ah, what is this?" "This is the male scorpion's armor-piercing stinger." Seeing the armor-piercing stinger that was still stained with blood, old man Schenker's gaze towards Zi-Chen changed. This did not mean that he had never seen an armor-piercing stinger before. On the contrary, he had seen many of them. However, this was the first time he had seen a 7th-tier cultivator take out an armor-piercing stinger. In this way, Zi-Chen's claim that he had passed through the desert of death was true. How many spirit crystals can these be exchanged for? Zi-Chen asked. Old man Schenker pondered for a moment and said, 14 spirit crystals. I'll give you 10 spirit crystals for the armor-piercing stinger. As for the other miscellaneous things, they are worth 4 spirit crystals. Zi-Chen was very surprised. This price was higher than he had expected. If he added the 3 spirit crystals from before, Zi-Chen's wealth was already 17 spirit crystals. After the transaction was completed, Schenker said, Zi-Chen, you should also need some food. These things can slowly heal your injuries. They are the cheapest healing panacea. Give me some. These are worth 50 drops of spiritual liquid, but I'll give them all to you. Before Zi-Chen could refuse, Schenker smiled and said, Of course, I'm not giving them to you for free. If you have any good things, you can come to me to try them. I guarantee that the price is fair. Zi-Chen wasn't pretentious. He nodded and took the things and left. After returning, Zi-Chen began to treat his wounds. After cleaning the wounds, Zi-Chen simply bandaged them. Then he refined the spirit crystals. The energy contained in the spirit crystals could speed up the recovery of injuries. However, there would also be some losses in the process of healing. After the energy of 1 spirit crystal was consumed, Zi-Chen's injuries were half healed. Some of the small wounds on his body were basically healed, but there were still some big wounds that were more obvious. In this place where energy was scarce, condensing energy into a robe was undoubtedly a very extravagant thing. Therefore, Zi-Chen only bought a cheap black robe for himself. Since he had nothing to do, Zi-Chen decided to go out for a walk and familiarize himself with the situation in Yellow Sky City. Walking out of the room and arriving at the trading area, Zi-Chen saw some other adventurers. Most of these people were wearing the same cheap black robes as Zi-Chen. Occasionally, there were some that were made of better materials. As for those who were wearing armor, none of them were seen. It was very lively here. There were all kinds of things being sold. It was just like a mortal world. Unfortunately, there were not many people here. Zi Qin came in front of a stall. The owner smiled and asked, "Do you want a weapon?" "My shop has newly created a long sword with a sharp special effect. It's only 500 spirit crystals." Hearing this, Zi Qin almost fainted. He only had 16 spirit crystals on him. How could he afford 500 spirit crystals? However, Zi Chen was very doubtful that his sword could be considered a special effect weapon. Special effect weapons had a clear explanation in the basic knowledge. It could only be called a special effect if the effect was enhanced by more than 10%. The price was also dozens or even hundreds of times higher than ordinary weapons. This stall only had one special effect weapon. The rest were very ordinary. The prices ranged from 4 to 10 spirit crystals. Embarrassed, Zi Chan was too embarrassed to ask how much the sharp special effect was. Moreover, his 3 weapons were very handy. Zi Qin had no intention of changing weapons. Walking past the place where weapons were sold, Zi Qin saw tailor shops selling all kinds of clothes. Most of these clothes were cheap, but each shop had at least one special effect armor, which had a corresponding defense enhancement. Of course, the enhancement was more than 10%. In addition to the special defense, the price of these robes was obviously higher than the weapons. Some of them were even as high as dozens of spirit crystals. In addition to the robes, Zi Qin also saw a variety of leather boots placed here. These leather boots also had special effects. One of them, which emitted a green light, attracted Zi Chen's attention. When Zi Chen killed Shirchong, he was wearing such a pair of boots. At that time, Zi Chen didn't care. Zi Chen curiously went forward to take a look and suddenly gasped. It was a pair of boots with a speed enhancement. Although it was not the standard 10%, only 5%, its price was only 1/5 of the special effect boots. It was only 100 spirit crystals. Seeing this price, Zi Chun regretted it. If he had known, he would have taken off that pair of shoes. These special effects were nothing in the Zhanwu continent. Perhaps Zi Qin wouldn't even look at them. Take the boots in front of him, for example. Even if it had a 100% enhancement, it would not be as good as Zi Chen's world speed. However, in this world where the rules could not be mobilized, all combat skills were suppressed. Everyone's combat power was greatly reduced. If one wanted to increase their combat power, they had to rely on the products under this rule. Brushing past 100 spirit crystals, Zi Chan regretted it. Next, he walked past the stalls and saw several weapons with special effects. These special effects were all single. The sharp special effect was worth 500 spirit crystals, while the armor-piercing special effect was worth 1,000 spirit crystals. In addition to weapons, there were also some elixirs. For example, refined spirit crystals were a kind of elixir. At the market price, 80 portions of spirit liquid could be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal. Then, the spirit liquid could be refined into a spirit crystal. In this battlefield of despair, there were 2 most popular professions. The first was blacksmiths, and the second was alchemists. The former could create weapons with special effects, such as armor-piercing, tearing, and so on. There were also some special defensive tools that could greatly increase one's combat power. Every increase in combat power was the greatest protection for oneself. As for the role of alchemists, it was needless to say. The elixirs they refined could save one's life at a critical moment. If one wanted to become a blacksmith or alchemist, not only did they need talent, they also needed the recognition of this broken world's rules. Once, Imperial Sky City hired a very famous blacksmith from the outside world at a high price. However, after the blacksmith arrived, he was unable to obtain the recognition of this world's rules. The weapons he refined were all high quality, but they did not have any special effects. Here, weapons without special effects were equivalent to consumables. It was the same for alchemists. If the items they refined were not recognized by the rules, they would have no effect at all. In addition, everything with special effects here was unique. For example, if it was an armor-piercing weapon, it would not have a second special effect. Just like Zi-Chen's Star Illusion Dragon Spike, it only had a single effect. Until now, Zi-Chen had not seen a single weapon with such a special effect. Chapter 1600. Thinking back to the things he saw earlier, Zi-Chen felt that he was too poor. If he didn't have 3 weapons, he might not even have a weapon that he could use. As for the more expensive armor, Zi-Chen didn't even dare to think about it. My injuries have healed, so I have to leave quickly. Without spirit crystals, it was impossible to even survive here, let alone increase one's strength, unless one became a guard or chose to stay in Yellow Sky City to do odd jobs. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be at least Tier 9. If one wasn't at Tier 9 and didn't have any spirit crystals, they could only wait for death. 3 days later, Zi-Chen gritted his teeth and used half a spirit crystal. His injuries were completely healed, and his body was filled with energy. Next, Zi-Chen considered where he should go to earn spirit crystals. The secluded forest and the edge of the desert of death were good places, but they were too far away. With only 16 spirit crystals on him, Zi-Chen wouldn't consider it for now. If they were close, they could go to the Dax Plains. There were Dax beasts there, and if they were lucky, they could even find Dax beastmen. Dax beasts weren't considered alien races, but Dax Beastmen were a true alien race, the Dax Beastmen. And in the battlefield of despair, Yellow Sky City would give extra rewards for killing foreign races. Carrying the spear and dragon thorn, Zi-Chen walked out of his room with a bag in his hand and walked towards Old Man Schenker's store. "Give me some jerky and some water." Arriving at the store, Zi-Chen tossed the remaining half of a spirit crystal to Old Man Schenker, who was calculating on his abacus, and said, "Give me this." Old Man Schenker caught the spirit crystal that had lost half of its energy. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and said, "You can still exchange for 40 drops of spirit liquid. You're going out. I'm going to the Dax Plains to see if I can get anything." Zi-Chen opened the bag and took out an empty gourd, indicating that he should put the water inside. The water the old man sold was different from the water Zi-Chen usually used. This water also had the ability to recover energy, although the effect was minimal. The old man took the gourd and said, "I thought you were going to hunt some beasts nearby. I didn't expect you to go there. If you're lucky enough, you might find a lone Dax Beastman. Of course you might die." Zi-Chen said, "Thanks for the reminder. I know what I'm doing. Since you insist on going, you can register yourself on the list of desolate regions before you leave." After wrapping up the water and meat jerky, Zi-Chen left the sundry goods store and headed for the desolate zones list. In this battlefield of despair, there was a complete monitoring system. After gaining the recognition of the world's laws, everyone here could be monitored, and the same was true for the outsiders. Therefore, the humans had created the Absolute Zones list, while the outsiders also had other similar lists. Every time a human or foreign race was killed, the system would monitor it and add a contribution to the list. On the human side, the list of Absolute Zones was divided into 3 levels: the 7-level soldier, the 8-level generals, and the 9-level king list. Zi-Chen was currently heading to the 7th layer of the weapon rankings. Outside the Absolute Zones list, there was a towering stone tablet. The stone tablet seemed to be made of a complete piece of black stone, and there were some names that were emitting golden light engraved on it. These names were arranged from top to bottom, and behind the names was a row of dazzling golden numbers. When Zi-Chen saw the first name, he was slightly stunned, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The first name on the list was Long Fei, and behind him were the golden numbers that represented contribution points. This was a very smooth sequence of numbers, so smooth that it didn't seem to be a coincidence at all, as if it was deliberately arranged. The second name on the list was also a familiar name, Wang family's Wang Yuanshan, the current deputy domain lord, with a contribution point of 10,325. Looking at the rankings, Long Fei had been suppressing Wang Yuanshan. This was also the reason why Long Fei didn't fear Wang Yuanshan and even dared to call him by his name. The third name was Lin Xiqing, with a contribution of 9,630. The fourth name, the numbers continued until the 100th name, and the last name was Su Ho with a contribution point of 7,501. Glancing at the Absolute Zones list, Zi Chan walked forward. There was a building that was second only to the Absolute Zones list, and there were many workers bustling about inside. Zi Chan explained the reason for his visit, and the other party looked at Zi Chen in astonishment. Now was not the time for the Absolute Zones to be opened, and once it was, a large number of people would rush in. Now that the other party had come alone, it could only mean one thing, and that was that they had the Battle Marshal token that ignored the rules. Come here to register. Almost every cultivator who had the qualifications to hold the Battle Marshal token was a top-notch genius in a prefecture, so the staff's tone was clearly more polite. In fact, the registration was very simple. All he had to do was record his name and pour in a bit of soul power. There was no extra token, but all of Zi Chen's achievements in the Absolute Zones would naturally be recorded here. In the future, every time you kill a foreign race, your contribution points will increase by 1 point, and each point can be exchanged for 10 spirit crystals here, the staff said formally. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 spirit crystals. When Zi Chen heard this, he was clearly shocked. If that was the case, then wouldn't Long Fei receive 120,000 spirit crystals? That's right, the exchange rate is 1 to 10, but you have to accumulate at least 10 points before you can exchange. Zi Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. After that, the staff told Zi Chen some small details to pay attention to on the battlefield. What's with the list outside? There should be people on it who aren't at the 7th level anymore. Zi Chen asked curiously. He had seen Long Fei with his own eyes, and he was already close to the realm of the Sector Lord. So how could he still be on the 7th level list? The staff smiled. That's the ranking for the past 10,000 years. Besides Su Ho pushing the original 100th out of the rankings 1,000 years ago, there hasn't been any changes to the rankings. Zi Chen nodded. No wonder no one was looking at the list. The rankings had been unchanged for 1,000 years. Those who could be on the list were the strongest existences in the past 10,000 years, to the point that those who came after couldn't even reach their results. Especially Long Fei, that person filled with an overflowing demonic aura, had actually been at the top of the list for 10,000 years. And that comical number was no doubt looking down on those who came after him. Go fight! I hope you can change this list that hasn't changed in 1,000 years. This was the staff's encouragement to every newcomer. Zi Chen only nodded and carried his bag out of the city. After leaving the city, Zi Chen walked towards the Dax Plains. However, just as he was 1,000 meters away from the city, 3 people walked out and followed Zi Chen. This little guy is going to be unlucky. Being targeted by that scum AI he's definitely in trouble. Seeing this scene, the guards curled their lips, their eyes filled with disdain. The other races were very strong, and not everyone had the ability to kill them. Those who felt that they weren't a match for the other races would think of ways to group up and target newcomers or lonely people. For example, this AI in the eyes of the 9th level guards was scum, but this scum had already killed many humans with potential. Other than 1,000 meters away from the city didn't protect humans, so these guards could only express their dissatisfaction but couldn't interfere. The 3 people behind him were very brazen, as if they felt that they could take down Zi Chen for sure. Of the 3, only one was at the mid-7th level, while the other 2 were at the early stage. If this were outside the battlefield of despair, Zi Chen would be able to kill all 3 of them in an instant. However, in the battlefield of despair, Zi Chen actually felt a trace of threat from the 3 people. The three people seemed to be walking casually, but in reality their steps were light, forming a perfect combination. If one of them was attacked, the other two would be able to help in an instant. As expected, one couldn't underestimate anyone in the battlefield of despair. However, Zichen wasn't afraid. He had killed a 9th-level domain realm cultivator before, and his strength was obtained through countless battles. Although many of his methods were suppressed here, he believed that the others wouldn't be much better off than him. After placing his bag in a relatively far place, Zichen held his spear and stared at the three people in front of him, muttering, "Don't let me down!" The three people who didn't hide their intentions were slightly startled when they saw the scene. Their expressions darkened, and they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Originally, when the humans discovered that the three of them were tailing them, which one of them didn't immediately choose to run away, and AI, she had plenty of methods to track them down. However, this young man didn't run away, causing AI, she to feel slightly nervous. AI, she had been in the crowd when Zichen returned with the Dax Black Wolf, and the wounds on Zichen's body had left a deep impression on him. Just a single Dax Black Wolf was worth several spirit crystals. One had to know that in this world, a single spirit crystal was enough to start a battle. In addition, they also had their eyes on the weapon in Zichen's hand. The three people looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes, just like how Zichen wouldn't underestimate anyone. Even if the three of them joined forces, they still wouldn't underestimate this newcomer. The three people stopped 10 meters away from Zichen. Both sides didn't exchange a single word, and the three people attacked. A blade, a sword, and a short dagger attacked Zichen. The three people's coordination was flawless. A light flashed under Zichen's feet. Facing such a perfect attack, he chose to retreat. The three attacks missed, and the three people rushed forward again. Their attacks were uniform, and there were no gaps or openings. Zichen gripped his spear and retreated again and again. The three people continued to pursue, and streaks of cold light flashed through the air, whistling through the air. "You only know how to dodge." AI, she shouted, and his attacks became even fiercer. The other two people's figures flashed slightly, and an inconspicuous opening appeared in their perfect attack. Zichen's spear shook and shot out through this opening. "Die." AI, she shouted angrily and jumped high into the air. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed towards Zichen's head. The other two people's weapons crossed, and they completely covered the opening, so they were deliberately baiting him. Zichen's expression didn't change. The tip of his spear touched the crossed weapons, and a huge force burst forth. The collapse formula was activated, and a flood of power surged out. The two people holding their weapons were both forced back. After forcing the two people back, AI, she was already above Zichen's head, and his blade was about to land on Zichen's body. Chapter 1601. Zichen's stagger step was extremely precise, and his timing was perfect as well, allowing him to avoid the fatal blow. In the outside world, this stagger step was equivalent to teleportation. Not only could he avoid the attack, but he could also counterattack. In this world, the suppression of extreme speed was very obvious. Zichen could not teleport and counterattack, but extreme speed was still the essence of extreme speed. Adjusting his center of gravity slightly, the unsheathed dragon thorn turned into a cold light and pierced towards Eski's heart. The dragon thorn's special effect of ignoring defense was fully demonstrated at this moment. Eski's heart was completely pierced through. The power contained in Eski's blade instantly dissipated, but the sharp edge of the blade still left a bloody mark on Zichen's shoulder. Zichen quickly retreated. The dragon thorn in his hand had already been sheathed, and his face was slightly pale. The dragon thorn just now had directly drained 30% of his power, which was equivalent to using up one spirit crystal. Eski's body fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to raise his head and look at Zichen, blood spurting out of his mouth. His eyes were wide open with disbelief, and then his head tilted to the side and he fell to the ground, dead. The three of them had used this trick to kill countless people. It was a tried and tested technique, but they did not expect Eski to die under this trick today. Zichen's stagger step was the key. That was the essence of the 9 lightning flashes. In addition, the Dragonthorn's ability to ignore any defense was also extremely important. Looking at the dead Eski on the ground, the remaining 2 people's faces changed drastically. However, the 2 of them were also used to living a life of bloodshed. After looking at each other, they gripped their weapons tightly and charged towards Zichen. Bang! With a shake of his spear, the word bang appeared. A powerful surge of energy surged and directly pushed one of them back. Then Zichen placed his right hand on the hilt of his blade and used the sword drawing technique again. A flash of blade light flashed in front of the cultivator, and the blade light disappeared in a flash. The 7th stage of the sword drawing technique was suppressed by this world, and only 1 stage of power was left. However, 10% was still enough to kill the enemy. Ignoring the cultivator, Zichen sheathed his blade and swept his spear towards the early stage of the 7th stage. Zichen was full of confidence in fighting one-on-one with someone of the same level. Pooh! In less than 3 moves, Zichen had already pierced through his chest. At the same time, he activated the shattering word technique and blew up his opponent's internal organs. In less than a minute, Zichen had killed all 3 of them. However, 1 against 3, Zichen had to pay a price. The blade slashed across his cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zichen's shoulder also had an additional cut. He had used up 40% of his strength, and the dragon stab had used up 30% of his strength. Next, he cleaned up the battlefield. The weapons on the 3 were worth a few spirit crystals. Zichen searched the 3 for a while and found 8 spirit crystals. However, Zichen did not find any high-grade items such as storage pouches. Instead, he looked at the 3's boots. Zichen was disappointed to find that they were all ordinary items that were not even worth a single spirit crystal. The 3 combined were not as rich as Zichen. It was clear that they were not important people. After confirming that the 3 did not have anything valuable, Zichen opened their abdomen with his spear. Each of them had a fist-sized crystal in their abdomen. This was the foundation of an adventurer's strength. Just like the inner core, it contained slightly more energy than a spirit crystal. The mid-stage, 7th stage adventurer in the lead had a huge amount of energy in his spirit crystal, which was equivalent to 10 times that of a normal spirit crystal. This was the foundation of why humans killed each other. This was what Zichen had learned from his basic knowledge. The 3 of them did not bring any backpacks. It was clear that they were planning to return to the city after killing. Zichen put the backpack and dagger into his storage pouch. Then he carried the 4 weapons and a sheathed saber and walked towards the Dax Plain. Along the way, Zichen took out a spirit crystal and started to absorb the energy within until he recovered 100% of his strength. There were Dax Outlanders living in the Dax Plain. Zichen's goal was to find some Dax beasts to kill, or lone Dax beast men. Zichen traveled during the day and buried himself in the ground at night to better protect himself. 2 days later, Zichen arrived at the Dax Plain. The Dax Plain was like a desert of death, and he could not see the end. There were some weeds growing at the edges that were 1/2 meter tall and swayed with the wind, giving off a sense of danger. This was indeed the case. As soon as Zichen arrived, something jumped out of the weeds and pounced at Zichen. This was a Dax Black Panther. Its attack power was similar to a black wolf, but it was very fast. As the dangerous aura approached, Zichen immediately turned around and swung his spear at the Black Panther. Whoosh! However, the Black Panther suddenly stopped in midair and moved 1 meter to the side, dodging this attack and swatting at Zichen's head. PFFF! A sharp blade pierced into the Black Panther's body first, extinguishing the Black Panther's vitality. After spending 6 spirit crystals to buy the basic knowledge, Zichen had a much clearer understanding of these beasts. Zichen had long since memorized their special methods and attack characteristics. The 2 attacks, one real and one fake, had consumed less than 10% of his energy. If he killed a black panther and brought it back, he would have earned 7 spirit crystals. However, Zichen did not plan on going back immediately, so he only dug out the Dax black panther's heart, a piece of bone that gave off a faint light, and a piece of fur that was still intact. These 3 things were worth 5 spirit crystals, so it was a loss of 2 spirit crystals. After dealing with the black panther, Zichen quickly left. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. There would soon be a large number of beasts attacking this place. If he encountered a pack of Dax wolves, Zichen would most likely be in trouble. On the way, Zichen encountered 2 more attacks. They were both Dax black rats. They were not very valuable, but the 2 of them provided Zichen with 4 spirit crystals. On the first day in the Dax Plains, Zichen obtained 11 spirit crystals. As for the night, Zichen concealed all of his aura and buried himself in the ground again. This was a self-protection method recorded in the basic knowledge, but it required him to have an extraordinary aura concealment method. If he was discovered by the Dax beasts, he would be surrounded and attacked. Zichen had the perfect body. Even if it was suppressed, it was still a perfect body. His aura concealment method was top-notch. At night, the Dax Plains was very terrifying. All of the beasts came out in groups to look for food. Beasts would even fight in groups. All sorts of roars reverberated through the plains. Even though Zichen was hidden underground, he could still hear them clearly. The ground was shaking, and all sorts of mournful roars reverberated in his ears. Zichen felt that the battle on the ground was less than 50 meters away from him. The first night passed just like that. Zichen crawled out of the ground. Sure enough, he saw large amounts of blood splattered not far away, but there was not a single beast corpse. During the day, there would be some beasts that would come out alone to look for food. This was Zichen's target. On this day, Zichen killed a black wolf, 3 black rats, and a black panther. His harvest was enough to exchange for 15 spirit crystals. After 2 days, Zichen had used up 1 spirit crystal. The strength of these beasts was equivalent to that of a tier 5 or 6 human, but their attacking methods were very ingenious. Zichen paced around the periphery. He was not in a hurry to go in. At the same time, he repeatedly trained his battle techniques. Because there were very few spirit crystals and a serious energy shortage, Zichen would calculate how much energy he would use before each attack, as well as how much power he should use. Apart from that, as he became more and more familiar with the plains, Zichen's senses gradually became sharper. For example, right now he could see a Dax panther lying in a bush in the distance. It had been staring at him for a long time, but it was very nervous. Zichen walked towards the bush and gradually entered the panther's attack range. However, the panther did not attack. In the panther's eyes, this human was filled with a thick, baleful aura. Within this baleful aura, it could sense the aura of many of its kind. This human gave it a very dangerous feeling. Even though he was within its attack range, it still hesitated whether or not to attack. However, after some hesitation, it still retreated and prepared to quietly escape. This human was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Suddenly, the human in front of it seemed to have discovered something. He actually turned around, and the human's entire back charged towards it without any defense. A savage light flashed through the panther's eyes. It knew that its chance had come. Thus, it did not hesitate to use its strength, jumping up and pouncing. Pooh! However, in the next moment, a silver light appeared in the panther's eyes. This silver light was still expanding. It immediately recognized that this was a weapon in the human's hand. However, it was too late. The spear had pierced through its head. It was so fast that it could not even stop or change directions. Withdrawing the spear, the panther fell to the ground. Zichen skillfully bent over and began to dissect the corpse. He dug out the heart, scraped the bones, and skinned it. In the blink of an eye, Zichen had already been in the Dax Plains for 10 days. During these 10 days, Zichen's harvest was not small. The 1 square meter storage bag was filled with all sorts of materials that could be exchanged for spirit crystals. In addition, there was also a stack of fur on the spear in his hand. These could also be exchanged for spirit crystals. He had already used more than half of the 20 spirit crystals that he could use. Calculating the time, Zichen should be returning. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distance. "Human, I finally found you." A figure appeared in the distance. It was a beast man with a human body, but a head like the Dax Panthers. "It's the Dax Beast Man." Zichen immediately recognized that this was a foreign race. Killing a foreign race gave him 1 contribution point, which could be exchanged for 10 spirit crystals. Throwing the fur and bag to the side, Zichen held his spear with a cautious expression. The Dax Beast Man in front of him was equivalent to a human at stage 7. However, they were more familiar with this world and had long since integrated into it. They had extremely powerful offensive abilities. This alien was barefooted. Every time he stomped his feet on the ground, he would leap dozens of meters forward. His speed was extremely fast. His panther eyes were filled with savagery. Humans could exchange contribution points for spirit crystals if they killed foreign races. The same was true for foreign races. Die. With an explosive roar, the foreign race had already arrived in front of Zichen. 5 sharp spikes appeared on the back of his outstretched hand, and he smashed them towards Zichen's head. Chapter 1602. Clang! After the clash, the 2 of them both retreated several steps. Zichen was very surprised that the other party had such great strength, and this alien was even more surprised. Since when could a weak human be able to compete with the strong physical bodies of the beasts? However, after the 2 of them stabilized themselves, they charged at each other again. Switching the spear to his left hand, Zichen quickly stabbed out. At the same time, he drew his sword with his right hand, and a bright light flashed. The outsider roared. His feet left the ground, and he spun in the air, dodging Zichen's attack. At the same time, the spikes on the back of his hand clashed with the spear as he spun. After missing, Zichen sheathed his sword and raised his spear, smashing it towards the outsider's head. Bang! The outsider's feet dug deep into the ground. His legs bent, and the spikes on the back of his hand crossed, blocking Zichen's attack. Zichen was very experienced in battle, and each of his attacks was fatal. The Dax Beast's reaction was also very fast. Not only did he block Zichen's attack, he even counterattacked. The 2 of them exchanged blows, and the sound of clanging filled the air. This was probably the first time Zichen had fought with someone of the same level for so long. The strange being exerted force on both of his feet. His body tilted slightly as he crossed his arms. His whole body started to spin at an extreme speed. 10 sharp thorns drew perfect circles in the air, tearing the air apart, like a high-speed drill that was rushing towards Zichen. Facing this attack, Zichen could only retreat again and again. The spear in his hand seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't use his full strength. Bang! Zichen shouted, and a powerful force surged from his spear. After using up 10% of his strength, he finally stopped the outsider's attack. Then, Zichen's spear stabbed towards the outsider's chest like a poisonous dragon. Clang! The thorns on the back of the opponent's hand blocked Zichen's attack, and he borrowed the force to retreat. His steps were light, but just as his feet touched the ground, a loud rumble came from the ground. He once again shot straight towards Zichen, the thorns on the back of his hand spinning like a top. This move made it very difficult for Chen to deal with. However, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and gripped the spear tightly with one hand. Light flashed on his feet as he started to run in circles with extreme speed. The long spear drew a flat circle in response to the attacks coming from the opposite side. During this time, the long spear and the sharp thorns constantly collided, erupting into sonorous sounds. It was obvious that Chen, who was spinning in place, was faster than his opponent. Just as his opponent's attacks slowed down, a cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. His right hand, which had been gripping the hilt of his saber all this time, instantly pulled out his saber. A flash of saber light drew an arc in the air and slashed at the alien. Bang! The alien flew backwards, a deep wound appearing on his chest. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. The sharpness of the black saber was far beyond the alien's imagination. He looked at the black saber that had returned to its scabbard with deep fear in his eyes. Chen was panting heavily. The alien was indeed difficult to deal with. The two of them were at the same level, but they were evenly matched. However, the battle had already begun. After expending so much energy to wound the alien, Chen would not let him go no matter what. He shook the spear in his hand and charged forward again. Bang! 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 This time, Chen continued to use the collapse word formula. He did not care about the consumption of energy at all. In the beginning, facing the powerful Chen, the alien could still block and retreat while maintaining a stable center of gravity. However, as Chen's attacks became more and more powerful, the retreating alien's center of gravity gradually became unstable. Swoosh! Chen activated the 9 Deaths, Thunder to the limit, and instantly swept in front of the unsteady alien. Under the alien's shocked expression, Chen pulled out his saber. He beheaded the alien. Uft! A leopard head flew high into the air. The headless corpse spurted blood and splashed Chen all over. The black saber's sharpness did not disappoint Chen. Phew! Chen exhaled heavily. In a spurt of energy, he had almost exhausted all the energy in his body. The battle had been going on for too long, and he could not stay here for too long. Chen cut open the alien's chest as fast as he could and dug out the alien's heart. The alien was already dead, but the heart was still beating vigorously. This was the source of the alien's strength, and its value far exceeded that of a human's Naiden. As for the beating heart in Chen's hand, it was worth about 20 to 50 spirit crystals. It was said that the alien's heart contained fragments of the laws that the alien had comprehended. If a human refined it, they might be able to comprehend those laws. When the alien died, the stab in his back disappeared. This was a special ability of the alien. Humans had not found a corresponding method to deal with it. Chen took out a few things from his storage bag and forcefully put the alien's heart inside. Then he carried a full bag and a thick layer of fur as he sped back home. During this time, Chen was still refining spirit crystals. He had gained quite a bit this time, and his bag was now full. There was no point in staying any longer. Not long after Chen left, another beast appeared. When he saw the corpse on the ground, his expression changed greatly. Whis is dead, and he was killed by a human. The beast's face was filled with disbelief. One had to know that dozens of humans had died at Whis' hands, and there was no lack of late-stage, 7th-tier existences among them. Anyone who came to the Dax Plains alone wasn't considered a powerhouse among humans. Their strength was at most in the late 7th stage. Even if Whis couldn't win against such existences, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Whis often hunted in the outskirts. This time he had discovered the aura left behind by a human. They had followed him all the way here, accurately determining the direction of the human and preparing to pincer the human. According to the traces of battle, they judged that the human's battle strength was not strong. Looking at his dissection skills, he could even be considered a rookie. Either one of them would be able to kill such a person. But now the one who had died was actually Whis. This alien, who was also from the leopard race, couldn't help but have a trace of fear on his face. He looked around, and after not finding any traces of humans, he hugged Whis' body and headed deeper into the Dax Plains. On the way back, Zi-Chun was still very careful. He hurried during the day and hid during the night. After leaving the Dax Plains, he directly increased his speed. He did not care about the consumption of energy at all, flying towards Imperial Sky City with all his might. During this time, who knew how many people did not make it to Imperial Sky City alive after obtaining a great harvest? When they were still a few miles away from the Royal Sky City, Zi-Chun discovered traces of humans. These humans weren't strong, at most at the mid-phase of the 7th level. They didn't have any confidence in killing the other races, hence they started to target the humans, especially those who were returning from a rewarding journey. When these people saw Zi-Chun from afar, they couldn't help but be surprised. When Zi-Chun left, they already knew, but at that time, Eski and the other two had already followed him. Now that they saw him return alone, they thought about how long Eski and the other two had been missing, and guessed the answer. Especially when they saw the weapon that belonged to Eski on Zi-Chun's back. Their expressions became very serious. However, Zi-Chun's harvest was not small. Just the pelts and the bag filled with cloth were worth a rough estimate of several tens of spirit crystals. This kind of wealth was enough for them to enjoy for a period of time. Therefore, they were not afraid of Zi-Chun and slowly approached him. Zi-Chun, who was flying at high speed, slowly came to a stop. The thick pelts on his spear were tied tightly behind his back. He held the spear in his left hand and the saber in his right hand. He looked at these people indifferently, and at the same time, he was silently calculating in his heart. There were a total of 11 people, and they belonged to 4 different factions. Their teamwork was not very good. While moving, Zi-Chun had already found many loopholes and could guarantee a one-hit kill. However, with so many things on his body, it would greatly affect his speed. If he put down his things to fight, they would undoubtedly be snatched away. Without these things, Zi-Chun could guarantee that these 11 people would slowly exhaust them to death. However, Zi-Chun didn't dare to guarantee that they wouldn't take the things and run away after putting them down. As long as they were within 1,000 meters of Imperial Sky City, no one would be able to make a move, even if those things originally belonged to Zi-Chun. Although the most valuable things were placed in his interspatial pouch, the things he had on him were equivalent to several days of harvest. To a poor person like Zi-Chun, giving up a few days of harvest was equivalent to asking for his life. Therefore, he decided to risk it all. If he really couldn't do it, he would increase his speed and escape. The 11 people spread out, keeping a certain distance from each other. They had sinister smiles on their faces as they slowly approached Zi-Chun. Scram! Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out from behind Zi-Chun, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Of course, this included Zi-Chun. He actually did notice that there was an additional person behind him. If the other party suddenly attacked him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body, but Zi-Chun's body was tensed up, and he couldn't even turn around. He could feel a torrential, baleful aura behind him. Although this baleful aura wasn't as dense as Longfei's, it was definitely much stronger than Zi-Chun's. Lord Wharton. It's Lord Wharton. The 11 people raised their heads and saw a bald, muscular man. The muscular man was bare-chested, and his bulging muscles were clearly filled with powerful strength. Wharton, a late-stage 7th-level expert. It was rumored that he was the most likely expert to be ranked on the 7th-level weapon rankings in the past 1,000 years. The dense, baleful aura swept out, and the 11 people retreated, their faces filled with fear. "You blood-sucking scum, scram!" Wharton roared again, and these people turned around and ran. Wharton came to the front of Zi-Chun, but Zi-Chun still didn't move, and his spirit was completely tensed up. "Little guy, you must be new here. Not bad, but remember, save some strength to deal with these scum when you come back. Your enemy is not only the alien race, but also those scum and vermin." The bald, muscular man said casually. Zi-Chin turned around and looked at him, and a trace of gratitude immediately appeared on his face. "Thank you for your help, Lord. Just call me Wharton. Only in the eyes of those scum, I am a lord." Zi-Chan smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Wharton." Wharton nodded and stepped forward, but he intentionally slowed down his pace. Zi-Chin smiled gratefully and quickly followed. With Wharton accompanying him, naturally, no one dared to have any ideas about Zi-Chin. After successfully entering the city, Zi-Chan walked toward Schenker's restaurant, and surprisingly, Wharton took the same path as Zi-Chin. Chapter 1603. "Hey, old man," Wharton shouted as soon as he entered Schenker's restaurant. "Oh, it's Wharton. You're not dead yet," Schenker said with a smile. "I won't die even if you die. Tidy up the things for me." As he spoke, Wharton took out a storage pouch from his bosom and tipped it over the counter with the opening facing down. Zi-Chin, who was following closely behind, saw Wharton pour out hearts that were beating vigorously. Those hearts were surging with a powerful aura and floating in the air, giving off a shocking visual effect. This is a good harvest, but if you want to squeeze into the top 100, you still need to work hard. Seeing so many alien hearts, Schenker did not show too much surprise. When Schenker saw Zi-Chin behind Wharton, he put those things aside and said he would take care of them. Then his eyes fell on Zi-Chin, and he said with a smile, "Little Zi-Chin, welcome back alive. Show me what surprise you brought me this time." Zi-Chin was a little embarrassed. The old man was not surprised to see so many alien hearts. What good thing could he bring out to surprise the old man? Wharton turned around and saw Zi-Chin. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He turned to the old man and asked, "You know him? He is also a customer here." Schenker said proudly, "Of course. Zi-Chin is my friend, an old friend. Come, little Zi-Chin. Show old friend Schenker your harvest." Wharton looked at Zi-Chin with a meaningful gaze. Those who could be recognized by old Schenker were not ordinary people. It was said that old Schenker saw Long Fei's potential at first glance, and Long Fei became the first person to do so in 10,000 years. Looking at old man Schenker's slightly expectant expression, Zi-Chin could only brace himself and step forward. He first put the fur on the counter, then opened the bag and took out the animal bones inside. However, the total value of these two things was only dozens of spirit crystals. They were not even comparable to the inferior alien heart next to them. Seeing that Zi-Chin only took out these two things, Wharton's expression changed. Old man Schenker looked at Zi-Chin with a smile. To be precise, he was staring at Zi-Chin's bosom. He smiled but did not say anything. Obviously, the old man was waiting for Zi-Chin to take out the things in the storage bag. Zi-Chin did not know when he was exposed, but since the old man had already guessed it, he did not pretend to be pretentious. He took out the storage bag from his bosom and began to empty it. Many hearts fell out. However, there was one heart that was emitting an intense fluctuation that was extremely eye-catching. The power that was emitted from the beating heart caused even Wharton's heart to tighten slightly, while his pupils involuntarily shrunk. "Ah." The old man looked at the heart and nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Wharton, whose expression had changed, and said, "He is much stronger than before." This is his first time out hunting. What was it like when you first came back? The old man's indifferent tone made Wharton unable to say anything. Thinking back to his first time out hunting, it was simply too horrible to look at. If it wasn't for his good luck, there would be no Wharton in the battlefield of despair. Zi-Chin scratched his head and said, "It's not that big of a deal. I only killed an alien, and it wasn't an easy victory. I used up all my energy in that battle, and I was almost injured. Wharton's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to the side. This was too much of a blow. The old man chuckled and said, "But it's worth it to exchange your strength for 500 spirit crystals." "What, 500? When Zichen heard that, his eyes immediately widened and his face was filled with disbelief. The old man looked at Wharton, who had an awkward expression on his face. The latter harumphed and said in an exasperated tone, "This heart is different from the hearts of normal Daxus beasts. If you look closely, you'll notice that there are occasional flashes of golden light. This means that the other party is a Daxus Royal. In terms of strength, it should be equivalent to a mid-7th tier human." As expected, Zichen saw the golden light. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "So that's how it is. I thought all the strange races were so hard to kill. But that's good. Every time I go out, I can find one, and I'll make a fortune." Wharton was shocked. Although his gains this time were much greater than Zichen's, and the value was many times that of Zichen's, this was only Zichen's first time out hunting, while Wharton had increased his cultivation by 2 stages. The old man began to count Zichen's other gains, his left hand writing down numbers on the abacus. After a while, the old man said, "This heart is worth 500 spirit crystals, and the others add up to a total of 163 spirit crystals. I'll give you 170 spirit crystals. If you don't need anything else, I'll give you the spirit crystals now." Compared to Zichen's previous calculation of 1 or 2 spirit crystals, 670 spirit crystals was undoubtedly a huge fortune. Zichen looked at the small shop and asked, "Can I buy anything here?" The old man smiled confidently and said, "If you can pay the price, I can even open a domain for you." "It's true." Zichen was shocked. The old man smiled but did not say anything. Even if it was true, the price must be great, and Zichen only had 670 spirit crystals now. Zichen thought seriously and said, "I need a pair of boots with a speed effect. The quality must be high, but I can only pay you 500 spirit crystals first. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it next time." Wharton's mouth twitched. He had never seen the old man on credit before. But in the next moment, Wharton's eyes widened and he looked at the old man in disbelief. The old man nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, there are 170 spirit crystals left. 3 healing pills and 10 packs of healing powder. Healing pills are 10 spirit crystals each, and healing powder is 2 per pack. There are 120 spirit crystals left." The old man looked at Zichen and said, "Little Zichen, I suggest you exchange for some law crystals. After all, only by becoming stronger can you live better." Zichen shook his head and said, "Law crystals are too precious. I don't know how many I need to grasp them. I haven't considered it yet. The most common law crystals cost 100 spirit crystals. For example, Zichen might not be able to grasp a single law crystal even if he refined 10 of them. Rather than that, it was better to exchange for equipment first." The old man smiled and said, "It seems you're confident in your battle strength." Next, Zichen asked for some food and water that were not very valuable. These things were extra gifts from the old man. After the old man said that he would give them to him tomorrow afternoon, Zichen walked out. In the outskirts of the Dax Plains, there are 2 royal families who often hunt there. One is Weiss, and the other is Vera. Wharton's voice came from the general store. Zichen nodded and smiled gratefully. Seeing Zichen leave, Wharton looked at the old man in disbelief and said, "Old man, are you crazy? You actually let someone else take credit." "He's not someone else. He's my friend. I'm never stingy with my friends," the old man said righteously. "Don't give me that. Do you think I don't know your character? Tell me the reason." He had been friends with the old man for many years, so he was very familiar with the old man. He was definitely someone who would not act unless he saw a rabbit. Because of his storage pouch, Old Man Schenker said. Just because of a storage pouch? Then I have one too. Can you do me a favor and give me some credit? Wharton rolled his eyes. His storage pouch was brought in from the outside, the old man said again. So what? Wait, what did you say? His storage pouch came from the outside. Wharton was shocked and asked, Since when did the outside world have storage pouches? And they can be brought here? The old man curled his lips and said, You're too weak. Wait until you successfully enter the top 100 of the soldier rankings. Saying that, the old man put away Wharton's gains and threw him a red crystal. After so many things, he only got one crystal. However, Wharton was still pleasantly surprised. Looking at the empty doorway, the old man smiled. Chen thought that getting a storage pouch, 5 spirit crystals, and the 3 weapons that Mengshi had commented on was nothing. However, he did not know that in the battlefield of despair, where one had to pay a price to get something, Chen had already gained a huge advantage. And this advantage was that he had used up all of Tang Nua's contributions in the battlefield of despair. As for Tang Nua, he was the number 1 person before Long Fei. After Tang Nua left, Long Fei became the number 1 person. Now that Long Fei had left, it was unknown when the next number 1 person would appear. Chen's starting point was much higher than the others. It should be known that the others came empty-handed and could not even bring weapons with them. After Chen entered the city, Schenker sensed the storage pouch on Chen's body. It was because he was the one who refined it. In the entire battlefield of despair, he was the only one who could refine storage pouches. As for the 1-meter-long storage bags, he had only refined less than 5 of them over the years. One of them belonged to Tang Nua, who had left, and the other was with Long Fei, who had left. As for the first few, Schenker had forgotten about them due to the passage of time. After returning to his room, Chen first took a comfortable bath, then sat down cross-legged and began to think about the various things that had happened in the Dax Plains. He accurately calculated the timing of his attack and his gains and losses. The spinning technique that he had used in the battle against the alien race had actually been a sudden idea. During this time, Chen inadvertently sensed his domain world. He discovered that in a short month, his domain world had actually expanded by 10 meters. It had to be known that the entire Great World had expanded by 10 meters. Without refining anything else, his Great World could still expand by 10 meters. This made Chen feel that it was extremely inconceivable. As Chen carefully sensed, he discovered that apart from the Void Tree, there was also a special type of energy that had been injected into his Great World. This type of energy was not any weaker than the energy fragments. There was no need to refine it at all to fill up Chen's Great World. However, there was still a long way to go before he could make a breakthrough. In the evening, Chen returned to Schenker's store. When the old man saw Chen, he took out a pair of dark black boots and the other things that Chen had requested. Chapter 1604. What, an extra 1,000? Hearing this number, Chen was clearly shocked. The old man glanced at Chen and said, Of course. Every 1% increase in speed will increase the price by several times. I'll give you 1,500, and this is still considered a friendly price. Let me try it on first. Chen took the boots. The dark black boots were not ostentatious, and the light around them was restrained. Chen was still very satisfied with the appearance. After putting on the boots, Chen sensed a strange power from them, and his steps became lighter as he walked. As long as Chen used extreme speed, there would be a speed increase. However, when the number of the increase was clearly transmitted to Chen's mind, Chen found that it was not as magical as the old man said. Chen shook his head and said, The speed increase is barely 10%. It's the lowest level of special effects, and it's not worth 1,500. Is it really only 10%? The old man stared at Zichen, clearly shocked. Barely 10%. Zichen emphasized. The old man's expression changed a few times, and then he laughed loudly and said, "Good boy, I'll take it as a loss. In that case, this thing is only worth 500. Then I'll give you 500. Zichen felt that he had misjudged the price. He said, "When I come back, I'll give you another 500. I think it's barely worth 1,000 spirit crystals." The old man waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and get lost. Remember your promise. When this old man gets old, I hate people who don't keep their promises the most." Zichen bowed to the old man, put away the pills, carried the bag, and left with the weapons. 10%. Just what kind of speed is it? It actually suppressed an additional 5%. Zichen didn't know that the boot's true speed boost was 25% in the early 7th step. Considering Zichen's uniqueness, he had directly said 15%. He didn't expect that he had still underestimated Zichen, barely reaching 10%. One had to know that although the percentage of a weapon with special effects was fixed, it was not effective on everyone. For example, this pair of boots could definitely increase one's speed by 25% in the early stage of the 7th stage. However, if one was in the middle stage of the 7th stage or in the late stage of the 7th stage, the speed bonus would gradually decrease. If it was used by ninefold, it would just be an ordinary pair of boots without any enhancement. After leaving Imperial Heaven City, Zichen once again headed towards the Dax Plains. This time he had more than 100 spirit crystals and some healing pills. Zichen was prepared to go deeper and hunt the true foreign races, not the Dax beasts. After leaving the city, Zichen intentionally sped up. This made the people behind him who had bad intentions extremely depressed. If they continued chasing, they would reach the Dax Plains. They had heard that the Dax Plains had not been peaceful recently, so they didn't dare to go deeper. They could only curse and leave. As long as this brat was lucky enough to not die in the Dax Plains, they would kill him on the way back. Just as Zichen entered the Dax Plains and saw the first foreign race, the inn in the Imperial Heaven region was already filled with cultivators who were preparing to enter the battlefield of despair. These people had all arrived in the short span of a month. Most of them were in the 7th stage, and there were only a few in the 8th stage. They were a little anxious from waiting, but Mengshi had no intention of activating the teleportation formation. When they were truly pushed to the edge, Mengshi would say indifferently, "What, you scum who only know how to eat and wait for death? Are you all in a hurry to enter the battlefield of despair to die? Isn't it good to eat, drink, and live here for free?" Some of the desperados and true scum smiled bitterly when they heard this. They were not in a hurry to enter the battlefield of despair. They were even willing to not enter the battlefield of despair for the rest of their lives. However, there were still some people whose faces were filled with anger. Clearly, they were not scum or desperados. Just like this, time and time again, everyone finally lost their patience. Logically speaking, it was already past the time to activate the teleportation formation. However, Mengshi said that it was not time yet. As for what time it was, only Mengshi knew. The battlefield of despair was not under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Heaven region. Even if the region lord wanted to activate it, he could not do so unless he had the War Marshal Region token. However, the War Marshal Region token was only available to one person. She calmly acted like a losing shopkeeper. Finally, someone could not wait any longer and came up to pay a visit. It was a 9th stage domain realm cultivator. After signing up, he gently placed an inconspicuous black stone on the counter. When the indifferent she saw the black stone, his eyes suddenly lit up. He could no longer move half a step away. His skeletal hand immediately landed on the black stone. Just as she was about to take the black stone away, another large hand pressed down on his hand. The 9th stage domain realm cultivator smiled. "My lord has another request." "What is it?" Meng, she only had eyes for the black stone. My lord said that the teleportation formation has a memory function. It can remember the location of the person who was teleported the last time it was activated. That's right. It does have such a function. Meng, she nodded. My lord wants to trouble you to teleport them there. If you can do it, this item will be yours. Meng, she abruptly withdrew his hand. The 9th stage domain realm cultivator's heart sank. However, when he felt that the black stone below him had disappeared, a smile appeared on his face again. Meng, she looked at the 9th stage domain realm cultivator and said, Go back and tell your lord that if something like this happens again, he can come and find me. The conditions are negotiable. Of course, of course. The 9th stage domain realm smiled and nodded. His expression was a little hesitant. I still have a few people here. I wonder if they can go in together? As long as it's not a region lord, I can send in as many people as you want. Even if it's a 6th stage domain realm cultivator, it doesn't matter. Meng, she patted his chest and guaranteed. The 9th stage domain realm cultivator's mouth twitched slightly. He then clapped his hands, and a group of 8 people walked in. As the 8 of them walked in, the temperature in the inn instantly dropped. Those thugs who were chatting all looked over. The 8 of them were all 7th stage domain realm cultivators. However, dense killing intent surged around them. It was obvious that all of them were bloodthirsty people. Meng, she glanced at the 8 of them and shouted to the rest, All of you scum, follow me. Next, I will throw you into the battlefield of despair. Everyone was stunned and then began to cheer. A portion of them began to reveal a ferocious look. Seems like the Wang family has put in a lot of effort for the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Meng Shi's eyes flashed with sarcasm as he led the group to the teleportation location. Others might not know where Zi-chan was teleported to, but Meng Shi knew very well that it was the Desert of Death. Although it was only the periphery of the desert, it was definitely not a place that ordinary people could successfully cross. These people followed Meng Shi out. A portion of them were very smart and took out their weapons in advance. Meng Shi smiled but didn't say anything. The 9th stage domain realm stood quietly in the distance and watched the group of cultivators enter the teleportation location. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and watched patiently. More than half of them were from the Wang family. Their goal was very clear, which was to take back the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. It didn't matter whether Zi-chin was dead or alive. Meng Shi threw a token to the guard. It was something that belonged to him. The guard nodded and immediately activated the teleportation array. Then, a beam of light shot out from the token. The 9th stage domain realm knew that Meng Shi was interfering with the teleportation. He couldn't help but smile. Then, everyone in the teleportation array disappeared, leaving only some weapons on the teleportation platform. The 9th stage domain realm vaguely saw a stretch of yellow sand. A stretch of yellow sand. It's not dangerous. The 9th stage domain realm shook his head and returned to report. In Wang Yuanshan's residence, the 9th stage domain realm half knelt on the ground and told him what had happened. Wang Yuanshan nodded and said, I expected that old man to be greedy. Since it's done, we just have to wait for the results. That old man would never have thought that I only gave him a piece of material to refine an emperor weapon. However, they brought back a saint weapon for me. Even if it's a damaged saint weapon, it's definitely not comparable to a piece of material. The 9th stage domain realm half knelt on the ground and didn't say a word. All right, did you see where the teleportation array was? Wang Yuanshan suddenly asked. It should be a stretch of yellow sand. It looks like a desert. The 9th stage domain realm lowered his head and said, What? Wang Yuanshan's expression changed. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Desert. It's a desert, the 9th stage domain realm affirmed. Death Desert. It must be that damn Death Desert. How can we be so unlucky? Wang Yuanshan was so angry that his expression started to distort. He who had entered the battlefield of despair knew very well what that desert meant. Back then, even he wasn't willing to go to that desert. That was the most dangerous place in the sevenfold region. Even the ninth stage domain realm was in danger of dying there. Unfortunately, all of them had gone there. Arrange for another group of people to go in. Do it immediately. This time, tell the old man that it's random. Wang Yuanshan's expression turned cold. The ninth stage domain realm didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He turned and left. Wait. After you gather everyone, come to me first. Yes. Wang Yuanshan couldn't help but frown. I hope that Zi Chen didn't die in the death desert. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Indeed, if Zi Chen had died in the death desert, he would have to find someone to search the desert. It would be fine if they could find the divine weapon, but if they couldn't, the price would be too great. A group of dozens of people was teleported into the desert. Then, an invincible light shield appeared on their bodies. Next, a message appeared, allowing everyone to have a brief understanding of this place. After 15 minutes, the light shield disappeared. This is the battlefield of despair? What a spacious desert! Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. But then, someone shouted because they realized that their energy was flowing away for no reason. This is the north. Go straight ahead. The cultivators who were surrounded by dense killing intent were much calmer. After sensing the north, they began to move forward. The rest of the Wang family followed. As for the others, they had no choice but to follow. Fortunately, there were dozens of people in this group. When gathered together, they formed an extremely powerful force. Behind them, the yellow sand began to slowly sink as if something was passing through the ground. If someone was in the sky of this desert at this moment, they would discover that the yellow sand in all directions with this group of people as the center began to tumble. Vaguely, there was a cold light flickering in the yellow sand. This book came from the publisher. Read the original content immediately. Chapter 1605. Hearing that these people would eventually enter the desert of death, Wang Yuanshan no longer held any hope. Although that region was within the 7th layer, even 9th layer cultivators would not be willing to go there. From the moment they entered the teleportation formation, their fates had already been sealed. And that was indeed the case. The group had only advanced a few kilometers when they encountered the first wave of attacks. Out of the group of several dozen people, a total of 10 fell to the first wave of attacks from the twin scorpions. The others were lucky and reacted quickly, instantly rising into the air. They stared at the massive twin scorpions below in shock. Each scorpion was close to 3 meters long. They looked ferocious and terrifying, and their numbers were uncountable. The 10 dead cultivators were treated as food by the scorpions, constantly gnawing away. In just a few breaths' time, not even their bones remained. Weapons from the outside world could not be used here, so everyone could only hover in the air, staring at the massive and ferocious twin scorpions below in shock. Beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Some of them were injured, and black blood flowed from their bodies. It was poisonous blood. The twin scorpions below numbered in the thousands, even in the tens of thousands. Everyone was worried about how to get past them. The energy in their bodies was still flowing away, so they could not stay here for long. They decided to quickly fly away. However, in the next moment, a few people tottered and fell from the sky. The huge scorpions swarmed over and ate them up again. These people had all been poisoned by the male scorpion and died. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They sped up and flew towards the horizon. The yellow sand churned. Female scorpions that were relatively small in size emerged from the sand. With an ear-piercing shriek, Visible ripples appeared as they swept towards the sky. Pooh! 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 This was the female scorpion's soul attack. Wherever the ripples passed, the cultivators' vision darkened, and they all fell. As soon as they landed, they were drowned by the churning yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, only 8 cultivators remained. These 8 were the Wang family's loyalists. Their soul power was relatively strong, and their battle prowess was not weak either. However, this was the desert of death. Without the support of spirit crystals, passing through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even Ziqin could not do this back then, let alone 8 loyalists. The Wang family's first attack on Ziqin ended with their entire army being wiped out in the desert of death. As the main target, Ziqin was still killing the other races in the Dax Plains. Ziqin had intended to go deeper, but as soon as he arrived at the plains, he discovered traces of the Dax race. Soon, he reaped some rewards and killed one of them. On the second day, Ziqin killed another 2 non-human beings. Not all of the alien races were very powerful. As long as he didn't run into the royal family, Ziqin could easily kill an alien race member of the same level. Another outsider appeared in his line of sight. It was a Dax wolf with a wolf head and a human body. As he moved forward, his nose trembled as if he was searching for something. Ziqin had no intention of restraining his aura, so he was quickly discovered. A cold-killing intent flashed through the alien's eyes. Human die. Following the cold shout, the werewolf took large strides and rushed towards Ziqin. A powerful aura began to surge around his body. Ziqin stood still and waited for the werewolves to approach. Then his black boots flashed with a black light and his speed instantly increased. The charging werewolf suddenly discovered that the human in front of him had disappeared. Before he could react, a long spear flashing with cold light shot out from behind him. With great speed, it pierced through his throat and extinguished his life force. Instant kill. Ziqin had used almost 20% of his energy to activate his extreme speed and attack. After skillfully cutting open the werewolf's body and taking out his beating heart, Ziqin left as quickly as possible. Soon, new aliens would appear here. However, with Ziqin's current cultivation, he couldn't wait for them to come and kill them as he pleased. On the third day, Ziqin traveled 80 kilometers and killed 3 aliens. Killing one of them was a middle stage, 7th stage divine transformation realm, which consumed almost 50% of his energy. On the 4th day, he was besieged by 3 non-humankind beings. After a bloody battle, the 3 non-humankind beings were all killed. Ziqin's body was covered with dozens of wounds, big and small. He had wasted 2 packs of wound-healing powder. On the 5th day, Ziqin discovered a large number of aliens. He spent the entire day recuperating and didn't appear. On the 6th day, his wounds were completely healed. Ziqin began to hunt aliens again. This day, he had a bountiful harvest. He killed 5 aliens that were alone, but he was almost surrounded. Ziqin's contribution points were increasing bit by bit. It was worth mentioning that whether he killed an early stage, 7th stage divine transformation realm, middle stage, 7th stage divine transformation realm, or even a king, his contribution points would only increase by 1 point. As if sensing that there were powerful humans in the periphery, several aliens would appear as soon as Ziqin killed a lone alien. They determined Ziqin's location and began to surround, block, and kill him. Ziqin relied on his extreme speed to kill them again, and finally escaped. These days, Ziqin's harvest was rapidly increasing. However, the number of injuries he suffered was also increasing. He had used up all 10 healing elixirs and only had 1 left. He knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would definitely attract the attention of the alien experts. Right now, It was still difficult for Ziqin to face a late-stage, seventh-stage divine transformation realm head-on. If he encountered a late-stage king, especially one that specialized in speed, he might be able to keep Ziqin here. Without waiting for the aliens to completely lock onto his position, Ziqin tactfully left the Dax plains. Afterwards, the other humans were unlucky. They were surrounded by many aliens and suffered heavy casualties. Ziqin's meter-long storage pouch contained a total of 23 alien hearts. 4 of them were at the middle stage, 7th stage divine transformation realm. These 23 hearts were worth at least 1,000 spirit crystals for Ziqin. Apart from this, Ziqin could also go to the Weapons of Despair and exchange for another 200 spirit crystals. On the way back, Ziqin discovered a Dax black bear. It was 3 meters tall, and its enormous body was like half a wall. The Dax black bear was one of the strongest Dax beasts. It could stand shoulder to shoulder with tigers and lions, or even surpass them. Apart from its heart, its fur, gallbladder, and paws were all good stuff. Perhaps it wasn't the strongest of the Daxus beasts, but it was definitely the most valuable of them all. On the way back, Ziqin was still thinking about what to use as bait. Now that he saw the Dax black bear, Ziqin knew that it would be it. When the Dax black bear saw Ziqin, a savage light flashed in its eyes. It let out a hoarse roar and strode towards Ziqin. It was so powerful that every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Seeing the Dax black bear approach, Ziqin's energy began to surge. When the Dax black bear got close, its enormous paw smashed down towards Ziqin with terrifying power. Ziqin's feet tapped against the ground, and his figure leaped high into the air, dodging the black bear's attack. Then, with the black saber in his hand, Ziqin descended from the sky with his head down and feet up. Pooh! The black blade pierced deeply into the Dax black bear's head and went straight to its neck. The Dax black bear, which was equivalent to a 6th-stage Dax black bear, was killed by Ziqin in one strike. This was intentional on Ziqin's part. Only by attacking like this could he maximize the Dax black bear's value. The Dax black bear opened its mouth and let out a soundless roar. Its eyes were filled with pain. After struggling for a while, its body fell to the ground. Looking at the dead Dax black bear, Ziqin smiled lightly. He carried the Dax black bear and walked out of Imperial Sky City. When he was a few miles away from Imperial Sky City, Ziqin was stopped again. When the group of 7th-stage Dax black bears saw Ziqin carrying it, their faces were filled with shock and then greed. This was a Dax black bear that looked perfectly fine. Not counting the meat, this Dax black bear could be exchanged for 15 to 16 spirit crystals. The meat could allow them to live comfortably for a long time. With a bang, Ziqin tossed the Dax black bear aside and smiled at the greedy crowd. I still have some strength left today. If you want this Dax black bear, feel free to come at me. Not everyone was blinded by greed. There were some who narrowed their eyes when they saw the fatal injuries on the Dax black bear. Their eyes were filled with fear as they retreated. There was only a single wound on the Dax black bear. Clearly, it was killed in a single strike. To be able to kill the Dax black bear in a single strike, this young man was clearly an extremely powerful existence. However, the value of the Dax black bear was too high. There would definitely be some who were unwilling to retreat. Some retreated, some advanced. There were even some who rushed over after hearing the news, closing in on Ziqin. Ziqin placed his spear beside the corpse of the Dax black bear and removed the scabbard from his waist. His left hand grabbed the scabbard while his right hand rested on the hilt. There were a total of 36 people here. 10 of them were at the mid-phase of the 7th stage, while the rest were at the early phase. Among them, 24 of them closed in on Ziqin, while the other 12 stood afar. Although they chose to spectate, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't change their minds in the next instant. Kill! The 24 people spread out and slowly closed in on Ziqin. After entering the attack range, one of the mid-phase cultivators roared and charged towards Zichen first. In his hand, there was a weapon of good quality. The weapon flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards Zichen's heart. Suddenly, his vision blurred and he saw the figure in front of him disappear. Immediately after, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a bright light flash past his side. At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out beside him. This middle stage 7th level expert felt his body fly up uncontrollably, and then began to look down on the entire battlefield. What's going on? Obviously, he couldn't understand such a scene. But then he saw a very familiar, headless corpse spurting blood. There was a flash of realization in his eyes. Then his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. With a 10% increase in speed, Zichen's speed was like a ghost in the eyes of everyone. Coupled with the sharp black saber, Zichen's combat strength increased several times. With a saber drawing technique, Zichen killed a mid-phase 7th stage cultivator. Without slowing down, he swept past the opponent and arrived in front of the second early phase 7th stage cultivator. The long saber in his hand slashed down fiercely. Decapitation. Another head flew high into the air. With a flash, Zichen arrived in front of the third person like a ghost. With a raise of his saber, the head flew. Time seemed to have returned to the battlefield of the past. Zichen killed people with his saber and only decapitated them. One by one, the heads flew, leaving the headless corpses spurting blood like bloody fountains. Seeing their companions being beheaded one by one and the headless corpses spurting blood, everyone looked at the calm Zichen again as if they were looking at a demon. Chapter 1606. The guards outside Imperial Sky City were just as bored as before. They had 9th layer strength, but because of their status as guards, they didn't have the right to fight and could only guard this place. Actually, guarding this place was completely meaningless because the entire battlefield of despair had a very clear division. This was the place where 7th layer cultivators and foreign tribes battled. Although there were no restrictions on 8th or 9th layer cultivators, the two sides had already formed a tacit understanding after battling for so long. Very few people would break the rules and come here. And once a human broke the rules and used their higher cultivation to slaughter foreign races, the foreign race experts in the depths of the Dax Plains would probably come out. It was said that there was also a huge city in the depths of the Dax Plains. However, no humans could reach there because it was filled with Dax foreign race experts. The battlefield of despair was a real world, and it was as big as a world. There were many cities in it, and the Imperial Sky region only occupied 3 of them. Imperial Sky City was one of them. The guards here were very bored. Other than guarding the gate, they were evaluating the other adventurers. Occasionally, they would call out 1 or 2 scum. For example, right now, there were quite a few scum rushing out of the city and flying into the distance. I wonder which little fellow is going to be unlucky. These scum, we really need to find someone to teach them a lesson. A guard fiercely spat at the adventurers who were rushing out. This person was the guard who had appraised Zichen as alive. The scum kept leaving the city. They had been guarding this place for many years, so they naturally knew that they had found a fat sheep. There's nothing we can do about it. Not everyone came here willingly. They were forcefully sent here, so they don't have the guts to kill foreign races. If they want to live, they can only kill humans. A guard said casually, "Indeed, not everyone came to the battlefield of despair willingly. Some were forced. For example, if there were too many human casualties in the battlefield of despair compared to the foreign races, then the Imperial Sky region would ask the 7 prefectures to forcefully send some people in. The 7 prefectures would then send this order to the 108 cities, and the city lords of the 108 cities would then put pressure on those families. For cultivators who pursued the path of the strong, the battlefield of despair was a place where they could become strong. But for the majority of cultivators, the battlefield of despair was an existence comparable to hell. Thus, the clans that received the order threw some of the unimportant people or people with no potential into the battlefield of despair. Just as the guards are talking about those scumbags, they suddenly saw those scumbags reappear in front of them. It's over so quickly. That fat sheep is dead, and the spoils have been distributed. The guard was startled. One must know that after the scum joined hands to kill the fat sheep, they would also kill each other for the spoils of war. If things went wrong, one or two of them would die. That's not right. Look at them. All of them look overly frightened. Could it be that they have encountered a foreign race? Another guard spoke out. Following that, the others all looked on with vigilance. The guard who spoke first said, "That's impossible. What is this place? If the alien race dares to come here, are they going to attack the city? Devil, the devil is here." From afar, the guards heard the hysterical screams. This made the guards even more puzzled. This was the battlefield of despair, so where did the demons come from? Could it be that some other outsider race had successfully opened up another tunnel and come to this place? The guard's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to step forward and ask. At the same time, he signaled the others to be on guard. If it was really a new alien race, they definitely wouldn't care about this Imperial Sky City. Suddenly, the guard's arm was pulled. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "There's no need to go, it's a human." "A human?" The guard was startled and looked forward. Behind the group of scumbags who were fleeing in fear, a person appeared. This person was carrying a beast that was several times his size on his shoulder. The guard immediately recognized that it was the Dax Black Bear. A complete Dax Black Bear could indeed be considered a fat sheep. The person carrying the Dax Black Bear was a young man. The guards immediately recognized this young man as the one who carried the Dax Black Wolf back then. However, today he wasn't carrying a wolf, but a bear. Apart from that, his chest and back were filled with shining weapons. There were at least 10 of them. The young man carried the Dax Black Bear and walked over with ease. In front of the young man, the group of scumbags was crawling in panic. Even though they had already run 1,000 meters into the safe zone, they still didn't stop and continued to flee. They ran all the way to the city gates and arrived in front of the 9 layers of guards. Only then did they collapse one after another, their faces pale. After they were safe, they turned around and looked at Zichin. Their eyes were no longer filled with greed. Instead, they were filled with fear, a deep sense of fear. The guards were very surprised because they were very clear that the young man was only at the early stage of the 7th layer. However, there were dozens of scumbags, and they were all terrified to this extent. One of the guards looked at a 7th layer cultivator and asked, "What did you guys see just now?" "Demon, we saw a demon. It was too terrifying. 1/1 kill. Every move was beheading." The 7th layer cultivator's eyes were still filled with lingering fear. Zichin walked over with the Dax Black Bear. There wasn't any sharp aura around him, but these adventurers who hadn't entered the city yet felt extremely oppressed. Zichin raised his head and glanced at the 12 people who were lucky enough to survive. He said indifferently, "I hope you guys can call more people over next time." Among the 12 people, there were 3 in the middle stage of the 7th layer. However, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly at this moment. Zichin turned around and smiled kindly at the guards before walking into the city. It was Schenker's store again. When the old man saw Zichin carrying so many weapons, he was obviously shocked. "You went to rob people too?" The Dax Black Bear smashed onto the floor with a bang, causing the entire store to tremble. Zichin said, while taking off his weapons, "Killing people doesn't give me any contribution points. I'm not that bored." Old Schenker glanced at the weapons and said, "It seems like you'll be safe after entering the city." "Maybe." Zichin placed dozens of weapons on the counter and said to old Schenker, "Come, count them." The old man glanced at the weapons in disdain and said, "I'm not that bored. You went out for half a month this time. Don't tell me You only got these things? Of course not. How can these things be enough to repay your 500 spirit crystals? Zichen chuckled. Then he took out his storage bag and started to pour out the items. Numerous beating hearts floated above the counter. When his gaze fell on the hearts, a satisfied smile appeared on old Schenker's face. Not a bad harvest. It seems like your battle prowess has increased greatly. It's all thanks to the boots of acceleration. To be able to obtain such a harvest in just half a month, it seems like you've already tried to enter the Dax plains. Zichen shook his head and said, No, these were all killed in the periphery. The periphery? How is that possible? The old man looked at Zichen in astonishment. I don't know why either. In short, the number of foreign races in the periphery suddenly increased. In just half a month, I've used up all my things. Hurry up and help me count my gains. I want to have a good sleep, Zichen urged. The old man no longer cared about the Dax plains. After nodding, his gaze fell on the hearts. He carefully examined them one by one and finally gave a price. They were all early stage, 7th layer, but the price varied from 20 to 50. The highest price the old man gave was 40, while the rest were between 25 and 35. As for the 4 mid-stage, 7th layer hearts, the old man gave a price of 260, 300, 300, 300, and 300, respectively. The previous price of 500 didn't appear. Adding up everything, including the black bear and the weapons, the old man gave a total of 2,285 points. The old man generously gave Zichen 2,300 points. These things could actually be exchanged for 2,000 points. Zichen was quite surprised. After taking away the 500 he owed him, he still had 1,800 points left. What else do you want? The old man asked. Inner armor. An inner armor that can recover energy, Zichen said. The old man frowned and said, Every inner armor is expensive, and the one that recovers energy is ridiculously expensive. Are you sure you really want it? Zichen nodded without hesitation. If I can recover a bit of energy, I'll have a chance to live. Here are 1,300 crystals. If it's not enough, I'll owe you first. Here are 200 spirit crystals. Give me some healing pills. The old man was surprised. You want all of them? You don't want healing powder? No, healing powder's effects are too slow. In the time it takes to heal, I'll have killed quite a few outsiders. Come back tomorrow evening. Again, Zichen nodded and left. The old man began to deal with Zichen's things. The next day, Zichen successfully obtained the inner armor. Its recovery effect was only 5%, but Zichen owed the old man 1,000 spirit crystals. This inner armor was already worth 2,300, but the old man still said it was a friendly price. Zichen left that day, his destination still the Dax Plains. After leaving the city, he nodded kindly at the guards, then smiled savagely at those scum. Half a month later, Zichen returned again. With the outsider's heart as bait, he killed 13 people. After resting for 2 days, Zichen set off again. When he returned for the 3rd time, he used 3 hearts as bait, but no one dared to have any ideas about Zichen. Zichen went to the Dax Plains 4 times and killed over 100 outsiders, which could be exchanged for 1,000 spirit crystals. After paying a certain price, the Wang family finally sent the 2nd wave of cultivators into the Land of Despair. Since they appeared randomly, there was a high chance that they would reach Imperial Sky City alive. When Zichen entered the Dax Plains for the 5th time, Zichen discovered that there were even more outsiders here. He hadn't even reached the periphery, and he already found them. Therefore, Zichen didn't hold back and slaughtered them. Facing the attacks of 5 outsiders, the black saber in Zichen's hand was still sharp. After being stained with the blood of many outsiders, the black saber in Zichen's hand finally received the approval of the laws, and a special effect appeared. This book is from the web. Read the original content immediately. Chapter 16:07. The black blade in Zichen's hand was sharp enough that it had never disappointed Zichen. However, before this, the black blade was just an ordinary weapon. If it was given to Old Man Schenker, perhaps he would be able to get a few more spirit crystals because of its high-quality forging skills. Now, it had finally received the approval of this world's laws and awakened its first special effect, which could be considered its only special effect, sharpness. Sharpness was actually just sharpness. When Meng Shi had first seen the black blade, he had said that it was very sharp. Following the appearance of the sharpness special effect, some data appeared in Zichen's mind. Sharpness, 100% effective against early 7th stage cultivators, 90% effective against mid-7th stage cultivators, 60% effective against late 7th stage cultivators, 10% effective against early 8th stage cultivators. Normally, special effect weapons would only have a 10% effective rate against opponents of the same level, but the black blade had a 100% effective rate. Just like that, the value of the black blade had increased by a few hundred times. From the looks of it, there would probably be people willing to exchange it for a storage bag. However, Zichen clearly had no intention of exchanging it. The number of Daxus Outlanders in the periphery was increasing, to the point that Zichen didn't dare to enter the Daxus plains. Instead, he hunted Daxus Outlanders near the plains. The Daxus plains were very large, and other humans often came here. Besides Zichen, there were many other humans hunting Daxus Outlanders in the periphery. With the 100% sharpness buff, Zichen could behead early 7th stage Daxus Outlanders in one strike, regardless of whether they were royal or not. Against mid-7th stage Daxus Outlanders, the activation rate was 90%, and almost every strike was fatal. His 1-meter-long storage bag was quickly filled with hearts. Zichen's consumption wasn't that great. Now that he was going back, Zichen was somewhat unwilling. If he had a bit more storage space, he wouldn't have to go back and forth. Suddenly, a light flashed in Zichen's mind. As for the storage space, he originally had two things on him. One was the purple gold gourd, which had followed Zichen since the beginning of the Zhan Yuan era. It had constantly surprised Zichen. Even now, the purple gold gourd was still very useful to Zichen. Zichen also had another item that could be considered a storage space, and that was the everlasting pill cauldron. Its origin was undoubtedly more shocking than the purple gold gourd. It could be traced back to the formation of the world and the beginning of the world. Apart from that, Danding also had senior cauldron spirit. Although cauldron spirit was unable to cultivate, even Xing Dao Li of the Tianmu continent admired its erudition. When he had first met Xing Dao Li in the Martial Heaven continent, he had claimed to be a fake Heaven Realm expert. In order to take a step into the Heaven Realm, he had been working hard. Back then, Zichen only had a vague understanding of the Heaven Realm. He had thought that after passing the Earth Realm, he would reach the Heaven Realm. Who would have thought that there were so many Earth Realms? Even now, Zichen still didn't understand how powerful Xing Dao Li's fake Heaven Realm expert was. However, he was certain that if Xing Dao Li was willing, it would be extremely easy for him to slaughter all the experts in the Imperial Sky region. Back then, when he had attacked the Lightning Divine Palace, he had mobilized many fake Heaven Realm experts. Those who had fallen were undoubtedly some of the true experts. As of now, Zichen had never seen such a powerful existence in the Zhanmu continent. Other than the purple gold gourd and the everlasting pill cauldron, there was another item that was of great use to Zichen, and that was the heavenly Thunderwings. After arriving in this world, Zichen immediately regretted it. If he had displayed the heavenly Thunderwings in front of Meng Shi from the start, he might have been able to use them by now. Unfortunately, he had actually forgotten that the heavenly Thunderwings could also be considered a weapon. Hence, after thinking about it, Zichen felt that if it was possible, he should first summon the everlasting pill cauldron. Perhaps, in this world, the combination of cauldron spirit and cauldron would be able to give Zi-Chin quite a pleasant surprise. What had prompted Zi-Chin to have this idea was Old Man Shenker's words. If he could pay a certain price, he could even summon a domain realm. Now that Zi-Chin had killed close to 200 aliens, he felt that he should be able to pay a certain price. After making up his mind, Zi-Chin decided to return, especially since his storage pouch was already full. After traveling for about 5 kilometers, Zi-Chin saw a small alien squad. There were 5 of them, 3 of whom were in the early 7th stage, while the other 2 were in the middle 7th stage. A middle stage heart was worth at least 200 spirit crystals. If he could exterminate this squad, he would be able to earn several hundred spirit crystals. Since it was on the way, Zi-Chin naturally had to make a move. With a flash of his body, Zi-Chin flew towards the 5 alien races. However, after flying for a few hundred meters, his expression changed and he turned around to flee. This was because another alien had appeared in his line of sight. It was a Dax leopard man. His body was surging with the aura of the late 7th stage, and there was another middle 7th stage leopard man. It's him. He's the one who killed Whis. The middle stage leopard man pointed at Zi-Chin as soon as he appeared. Oh no! Zi-Chin's expression changed. He guessed that the enemy must be Vera. The 5 aliens that Zi-Chin wanted to kill had discovered him when Zi-Chin made his move. They were prepared for battle, but when they saw Zi-Chin running away, they chased after him. They were guarding the perimeter, so Zi-Chin could only run deeper. The pursuers behind them quickly caught up. Among them, 2 of them were in the middle stage of the 7th rank and were the fastest. Zi-Chin could already hear the sound of air breaking as they approached. "Human, you can't escape." A voice sounded in Zi-Chin's ears. The wind howled as a sharp attack came from behind Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin's boots flashed with a dark light. He tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack. As if he had taken a direct hit, Zi-Chin's body immediately retreated. At this moment, the middle 7th stage expert happened to see the humans back facing him. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Swoosh! But before he could attack again, the human was already in front of him. Before the human could turn around, he saw a bright light flash in front of his eyes. The special effect was as high as 90%. Zi-Chin didn't have to worry that this attack would fail. As the alien's head flew high, Zi-Chin pointed the long blade in his hand again. This time, he cut open the alien's chest, and a beating heart appeared. At this moment, Zi-Chin still didn't forget to take the spoils of war. It was obvious that he was a greedy person. Therefore, during this pause, the second alien came and hit Zi-Chin with a palm. Zi-Chin was sent flying, but when he landed again, he used the force to escape. The middle stage expert's attack hit him as if nothing had happened. A look of surprise flashed across the alien's face. Then, he roared angrily and chased after him again. And because of this pause, the late 7th stage expert also caught up. Zi-Chin had no choice but to speed up his escape. His energy was constantly depleting. Zi-Chin could only take out spirit crystals and refine them as he ran. Zi-Chin, who was only in the early 7th stage, was obviously 2 stages lower than his opponent. In addition, his opponent had already been recognized by the laws of this world. Even with extreme speed, the distance between the 2 of them was shrinking bit by bit. You can't escape. The late 7th stage expert was full of confidence. The distance between the 2 of them was getting closer and closer. Zi-Chin gritted his teeth and suddenly activated the extreme speed of his boots. He flew forward, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between the 2 of them was pulled apart again. A look of surprise appeared in the late 7th stage expert's eyes. Then he laughed coldly, and his speed increased again. The 2 of them accelerated instantly, leaving the others far behind. Die. The late 7th stage expert finally caught up with Ziqin and sent Ziqin flying with a blow. Ziqin staggered to his feet and was about to escape. The other party's figure flashed and was already in front of Ziqin. The tall man looked down at Ziqin with a sneer on his face. He raised his palm and struck at Ziqin's head. A strong wind howled as powerful energy surged. Ziqin's robes fluttered and his black hair fluttered. Ziqin raised his head and met the palm strike. However, the late seventh stage expert didn't see despair in the human's eyes. Instead, he saw calmness and coldness. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. When Ziqin arrived in this world, his blood turned red again. This meant that his perfect body had been forcefully suppressed. At that moment, Ziqin's expression was cold, as though he didn't notice the palm that was about to land on his head. Instead, he smiled at the late seventh stage expert. His smile was very ferocious. The expression of the late seventh tier outsider changed drastically. Right at this moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura of danger, and the vicious attack he was about to unleash also slowed down slightly. Then he saw a strange weapon appear in the human's hand at some point in time. At that moment, the other party was holding the weapon and stabbing at his heart. One had to know that the heart was the source of all their power. If something happened here, death was the only outcome. However, it was too late to stop the attack. The human was risking his life. The scene that was about to happen was instantly simulated in his mind. The alien immediately had an answer. The effect of risking his life was that the human would definitely die, and if he attacked fast enough, he might not even be injured. Therefore, he increased his strength by 30% and struck at the human's head. Uffed! Due to the slight pause earlier and the deliberate increase in power now, the attack speed of the foreign being had already slowed down. Although this sort of reduction in speed wasn't something that most people would pay attention to, there was still another weapon that was advancing forward, and this subtle difference immediately became apparent. The dragon spike pierced the alien's heart first. The massive amount of energy in Ziqin's body flowed out like a tidal wave. The late seventh stage expert's pupils suddenly widened. 50% of his full strength attack instantly disappeared. Following that, his palm struck Ziqin's head with 50% of his strength. Pum! Ziqin was sent flying. However, he was still holding on to the dragon spike. On the dragon spike, there were fragments of the alien's heart. Ziqin, who was sent flying 5 meters away, coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were very serious. However, he had a superior soul, so this attack wasn't fatal. He staggered to his feet and walked towards the alien, whose eyes were wide open. At this moment, the alien had already lost all signs of life. Ziqin quickly cut open the alien's chest and saw the pierced heart. It was beating slowly, and every time it beat, a trace of energy would surge out. Ziqin pulled out the heart, wrapped it with a bit of energy, and stored it in his storage bag. After doing all this, Ziqin didn't escape. Instead, he turned around and looked at the approaching aliens. The attack just now had consumed 60% of his energy. Now that Ziqin was seriously injured, he only had 30% of his energy left. Although he continued to absorb the energy from the spiritual crystals, his severe injuries had greatly affected his ability to absorb the energy. Chapter 1608. As the pursuers approached, Ziqin miraculously discovered that he had recovered 40% of his strength. 40% of his strength against 5 foreign races, one of which was a royal. Although he couldn't guarantee 100% victory, there was still a slight chance of victory. Ziqin didn't have any obvious injuries on his body, so when the 5 foreign races arrived and saw the scene before them, their faces were filled with shock. Ziqin held the dragon piercer in his left hand and the saber in his right as he looked at the 5 foreign races quietly. Vera, who was a royal, gradually calmed down. He pointed at Zichen and said coldly, "He must be severely injured. Let's kill him together." The 5 foreign races looked at each other and didn't say anything else. They attacked Zichen together. A light flashed under Zichen's feet, and his body moved a meter away. His calm eyes suddenly shone with a cold light, like a peerless beast baring its fangs. The 5 of them couldn't help but shudder at the cold, murderous aura. Pooh! The black saber in Zichen's hand chopped off the head of the mid-stage 7th-tier cultivator, sending his head flying. It was a one-hit kill, and the price for this was that Zichen's injuries worsened. He instantly used up 10% of his energy. He retreated again and couldn't help but cough up blood. 4 of the 5 were left. Their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with shock. When they glanced at the long saber, they were filled with fear, because that saber was simply too sharp. The 4 foreign races attacked carefully, but Zichen still found an opportunity to kill 3 of them. Of course, Zichen also paid a price for this. His body had 2 wounds that were completely penetrated by sharp weapons. These wounds were fatal in the eyes of others, but Zichen still didn't fall. Vera, who was a royal, looked at Zichen again, and his heart was filled with fear. If it were any other time, he would have turned and fled. But now the human was obviously severely injured. If he didn't seize the opportunity today, he wouldn't have another chance. Let's decide life and death in one move. Zichen roared, gathered his last bit of energy, and rushed towards Vera. Vera also shouted and rushed towards Zichen. Pooh! Pooh! The sound of 2 sharp weapons, piercing through flesh, rang out at the same time. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other and fell to the side. It looked like they were going to perish together. A light breeze blew past, and the thick smell of blood spread in all directions. Soon, the Dax beasts would smell the blood and come over to eat these corpses. However, after a full 15 minutes, Dax's beast still hadn't appeared. Instead, one of the 2 who had fallen suddenly moved. Shaking his head that was about to explode, Zichen pulled out the dragon spike from Vela's body and kicked him away. Vela's weapon was gone, and there were 3 bloody holes on Zichen's body, but they were no longer bleeding. Zichen stood up and looked at the corpse on the ground. He grinned, knowing that he had won. As expected, although he didn't have any energy left in his body, he still used the dragon spike. The price was that the dragon spike drained his life force. After taking 2 healing pills, Zichen began to collect the spoils. After about 3 minutes, Zichen quickly left. After leaving a kilometer away, Zichen dug a big hole and buried himself in it. Of course, before that, Zichen had already disguised himself. Then Zichen fainted. Due to his severe injuries and the lack of strength in his body, Zichen, who had fainted, was hiding his aura as usual. Another 15 minutes passed, and there were still no Dax's beasts. Instead, a few beastmen came. When they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed. The leader of the beastmen was a mid-stage 7th-tier orc. He sharply observed the traces of battle and looked into the distance. The humans are injured, they can't have run far. Chase them. Then he signaled for the others to scatter and chase. The injured humans couldn't have run far, but the blood on the ground had clearly congealed. The battle must have ended a long time ago. No one cared about the corpses on the ground. After half a day, a few more beastmen arrived. The leader was a powerhouse who had surpassed the 7th tier and was at the late-stage 8th tier. Logically speaking, a powerhouse like this shouldn't have appeared on the outskirts of the Dax Plains. Seeing the corpses on the ground, the other party's face was filled with anger. A suffocating, murderous aura spread out, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. In an instant, the temperature dropped. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The bone-piercing killing intent caused Zichen to shiver uncontrollably before he was forcefully awakened. Then he felt a monstrous killing intent. It was as if this killing intent had completely locked onto him. Chen didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, he felt regret. The Vera's death must have attracted the true powerhouses of the Beastmen. If he had known this would happen, he would have run away. Immediately after, Chen heard a cold voice. "We haven't even attacked the human city, and 3 royals have already died." Yes, 3 royals. That late-stage 7th tier was actually also a royal. Chen was shocked. Attacking the human city? Could it be that the Beastmen were going to launch a large-scale attack? "Who is it? Come out." The Beastmen's angry roar suddenly sounded out. Chen's expression changed greatly. He couldn't have been discovered, could he? Under such circumstances, once he was discovered, Chen would definitely die. The dense killing intent swept over, entering his bones. Chen's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He was heavily injured and had no energy in his body at all. He was like a mortal. It was already a miracle that he hadn't died. This killing intent made him feel suffocated, and he wanted to faint. However, Chen wasn't someone who accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die clearly. The atmosphere was extremely strange, oppressive, and tense. "Oh, you still haven't appeared. Are you waiting for me to personally drag you out?" Within the cold killing intent, an indifferent voice sounded out. This voice seemed to ring out right next to Chen's ear. Beside the corpse, a group of beastmen looked around warily. However, they didn't seem to have discovered anything. The 8th tier beastman was very confident. He smiled coldly and said, "Since you don't want to appear, I'll have to force you out, you coward." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook and dust flew everywhere. A person jumped out from the ground. This person was at the late stage 7th tier. After he appeared, he cursed. "Which little bastard killed someone here? Damn it, he actually made Grandpa a scapegoat." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 8th tier beastman. He said after him. He took the lead and chased after him, leaving one of the beastmen to deal with the corpse. The other beastmen also quickly chased after him. "Damn little bastard. If Grandpa finds out, he'll definitely tear you apart." The cursing continued in the distance, and the sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. Chen's heart, which had been in his throat, slowly calmed down. That was close. Just now, he had thought that the other party had discovered him. Although he didn't have any energy around him, the beastmen had special methods. Perhaps they really had discovered him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. One had to know that in the outside world, he didn't even fear peak 8th tier beastmen. In fact, he could even kill them with a single blow. However, here he had almost lost his life just by encountering a few beastmen of the same level. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the oppressive aura appeared again. Chen's spirit became extremely tense. Clearly, another beastman had appeared, and Chen guessed that it was the 8th tier beastman from before through this aura. Boom! The energy around the 8th tier beastman surged and spread out in all directions like a tide. The place once again became filled with sand and stones, and all kinds of weeds bent and stuck to the ground. There was no response from this kind of probing. It seemed that there was indeed no one here. The 8th tier beastman snorted coldly and left in a flash. However, the other party had returned so quickly. Chen was worried about the unlucky guy from before. Speaking of which, the other party had gone into hiding before Chen. It was probably because he was seriously injured and recovering. He didn't expect to be discovered. However, Chen was now a little suspicious. Did the 8th tier beastman really discover that there was someone here? If not, why didn't he take the initiative to attack? Not long after the 8th tier beastman left, another beastman appeared here. However, No matter what kind of probing, Zichen wouldn't appear. Because right now he was so seriously injured that he couldn't even recover his energy. Just like this, Zichen healed underground and recovered his energy at the same time. Time passed day by day. Zichen could hear the sound of something breaking through the air every day. Presumably, there were beastmen passing by here every day. The news he had received earlier was too important. The beastmen were actually attacking a human city. This matter needed to be reported immediately. Moreover, this was a path that the beastmen had to pass through. If Zichen delayed any longer, he was afraid that an army of beastmen would appear. At that time, Zichen wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. 7 days later, Zichen's injuries had healed by 80%, and his energy had recovered by 60%. One night, he quietly crawled out from underground and fled under the cover of night. The foreign races were going to attack the human cities, and the exotic beasts here had all been chased away. At night, the Dax Plains had a rare silence. Even though he had been very careful, Zichen was still discovered. As such, he continued to fight. By the time Zichen saw the human city in the distance, his injuries had already reached a point where they couldn't be healed anymore. Looking at the wounded fiend, everyone's eyes immediately widened. They had personally experienced the other party's savagery. They really couldn't imagine what he had encountered to be injured to such an extent. Because Zichen had gone on a rampage the previous few times, everyone was already frightened. As such, when they saw that Zichen was riddled with injuries, they still didn't dare to go forward. Even if someone mustered up the courage to go forward, they would quietly retreat when the others didn't move. Zichen smoothly walked to within 1,000 meters, but he still didn't fall. This made the humans, who were still feeling somewhat regretful, let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zichen still had the strength to fight, and with that he naturally had the strength to kill. Zichen walked step by step towards the city gates. The guards who knew of Zichen's strength also looked at Zichen in shock. Zichen didn't raise his head, continuing to walk forward step by step. In actuality, his vision was already blurry. The only thing he was holding on to was his willpower. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.